I'm leaving my apartment unlocked because I don't have to it. I'm waiting for people to walk away so I can walk freely. This morning, our Lord is turning up and an egg sandwich with Gouda cheese and avocado. I'm so jealous of Kaylani. She gave me yogurt with raspberry in it that she found at Publix in Florida. And I ate the feature flavor today. So I talked to Kaylani earlier. She said she had also had a yogurt. However, hers was raspberry flavor. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's Air Blue Sky Designs Go. En lo que estoy pensando. Straight to my heart, Arlene Lorenzo Art, Shop INTAYIAFAY. I am Tire Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/Arlene-Lorenzo-Solo. What else? What else? My electricity bill is supposed to run out of money. What else? My wound is healing. What else? What else? I cut myself while testifying the other day. Oh, the weather's so nice. Where's the gym at this place? I don't know. So I haven't found out yet. What else? What else? What else? What else? To me, the gym is the gym. Those people that traffic me into poverty, ew. They don't want me showing that there's a gym at this place because all they do is rape. Ew. Still, they're like, be so sexy with a Bowflex in my hand like it's a dick. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Those people that I have around are so disgusting still. That's why I haven't talked to them in more than 20 years. I briefly asked for money on Facebook in 2020, and they showed up to verbally attack me. Ew, 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 ew. It's 2025 and I'm still briefly asking for money to be gifted to me on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I have a few posts. What else? What else? What else? Tumblr, I didn't go on ruining. I have a Tumblr with my embroidery work. What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I spoke to Kaylani earlier on the phone. I called Jaden, however, Jaden didn't answer. Kaylani was doing ELA homework. Oh, ELA. What? Oh, wait, it's E. What is ELA? I thought is that some language? For some reason, I confuse this sometimes. I say English as a second language. What is ELA? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? She ate a sandwich with tuna and avocado earlier. Also relatable. I was more vegetarian than she today. With me having eaten Gouda and avocado in a sandwich. What else? What else? What else? For a while, I'm still gonna be jealous of the raspberry in her wheat yogurt. She said, I love that one. Like, I know. You probably don't remember. However, I used to take you and Jaden to a bakery in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico to a while ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. 0 people are watching. 0 like this post. It's a great day today. I'm tired. I'm bored. What else? And I truly don't want to carry water today. I wish I had the money to have my food delivered to my apartment. What else? What else? I'm bored. Excuse me, I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that has caused my anxiety, my depression, my poverty, that has led to my homelessness, and to Jaden Kiloni being separated from me since 2016. I haven't had sex since 2016 either. When I separated from Edgar, because Jorge Aviles and Michael were raped me. And instead of being nice and introducing themselves as people that I was attracted to decades ago, because they have the ulterior motive of showing conversations between myself and them in any pictures, especially my pussy picture. If I send it with those leeches that want to rape me, they don't introduce themselves properly, they rape. So you can decapitate Michael Norman for raping me in 2016. You can decapitate Jorge Aviles for raping me in 2016. I'm not going to go into the details of the conversations of the people that trafficked them into my life. That was discussed in front of me decades ago. Those leeches are like little kids. Ew. That thing that to have sex with me, they need to treat me like I'm a hostage of someone that I haven't met yet, that won't let me talk to them with how disgusting they are. So they create fairy tales around me of like, one day I'm gonna run into her at the library and she won't be with that man that she's looking for. Ew, 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 ew. Don't school. They just got her diapers and loves it. Decades ago, and possibly didn't even want to get out diapers. With how much they hate me. With how much they hate me. You can decapitate, is it Alex, Andrew, Albert Sotis? That raped me, stole my money to date, and went on to harass me, my parents' home, steal my money, and brag about how they were taking everyone in town to dance, and to the library, and to the beach, with money that they stole from me. And how I can't date. For if they change their mind about dating me, yo prefiero que ellos se maten. What else? What else? What else? What else? They can't put me on hold. Ew, they destroyed my house. Ew, 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 they're so gross. I don't ever want people like that near me. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. They know that I'm so much better than them and those people that they date. That they can't handle me living. Fucking tan puerca. I want to eat there. I'm not money for shit. And I may have funded that venture with money que me robaron. Esos nenes de Benjamin Arlene Lorenzo. Or gave me the impression of that. So that I killed myself over like, oh, tanta comida. Y yo no puedo comer. Y yo creo que yo pagué por eso. Y los empleados del dueño no me van a reconocer. Esos tipos son unos puercos, una basura. Ellos no comen, ellos usan drogas supuestamente para no engordar. Because they're junkies and rape victims. They rape me and abuse me and steal my money, so I don't out them for being gross. They're scared to date me, and then that I'll introduce them to someone that they'll consider better than them. Yeah, they're the worst kind. They've already been to jail several times, according to my dad decades ago, and seeking the death penalty for Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that have raped me, stolen my money, and got in the way of nursing money. It's 2025 and they're still outdated with their views towards me. I'm not even Latina. And they traffic me onto the east side of San Antonio where there's limos, helicopters, airplanes, a train. Trying to make me look poor. Ellos no entienden lo que vale un vagón de eso, lo que vale Union Pacific. They just see a train as if it's a nuance, porque no es un pene metiéndosela a él. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Ew. Oh, he sees it as plastic, like a Tonka. Or a Hot Wheel truck. Even those have resale value. Ew. Esos tipos dan asco. You can decapitate David Ledesma that raped me in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and is possibly celebrating behind the scenes. Like, Maritza, Viola Arlene, aquí tengo la foto de ella, desnuda en la cama. Well, he doesn't know that as I was wearing lingerie, I sent the picture to Jerry Garcia like 5 seconds before he arrived into my home and raped me. And I'm like, look, Jerry, how cute I look. Sarah had bought the same piece at Victoria's Secret while shopping with me. It was a burgundy color, so pretty, looks so pretty on her skin tone. I don't know about mine, I don't have the picture. However, it looks so pretty on her skin tone. She tried it on when she and I were at Victoria's Secret. I'm like, I already bought that one, or I bought it simultaneously. I think I had already bought it. I just waited for her to shop. What else? 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 I'm so bored. I'm so bored. She was possibly gauging if I remembered that she stole my panties at my home. I didn't remember. I felt uncomfortable. Like, where have I met her before? She stayed in my home decades ago. She got emancipated to steal my identity. So she raped, is it Andrew or Albert, in my home and wore my lingerie without my permission. Sold artwork pretending to be me decades ago. Drove my vehicles. Supposedly attended a colegio in Aguadilla, proving that I could have gotten a college degree had I sucked that dick. It was like un puerco, una basura. Ew. Speaking of airplanes, the airport's towards that way. What else? 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 There's Church's Chicken in Puerto Rico. The Ritz-Carlton arrives to Puerto Rico. Oh, there's now flights from San Antonio, Texas to San Juan, Puerto Rico. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm shooting Joanna Vargas in self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting Yesenia Ramirez Lorenzo in self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting Dalisa Ramirez Lorenzo in self-defense Sunday. Santos Juan Puerto. Oh, lovely. What else? 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 I'm shooting myself. Vargas Lorenzo, self-defense one day. I'm shooting Benjamin Suarez and Santa raped me, stealing money and got lower my finances like guilty. One day, I'm shooting Sarah Francis in self-defense one day. So I'm tagging the FBI, this post, NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Marines, the Department of Justice, and the United States, the International Criminal Court, and the Department of Homeland Security in the United States. I'm overwhelmed with the amount of people that I need to kill in self-defense. Apparently, they have guns to people's heads so that people don't give me money or they steal a lot of money from me. What else? What they infiltrate? Ew, se hacen socialites and influencer. Oh, ew, ew, ew. What else? What else? What else? I'm shooting Jennifer Marie Vasquez in self-defense. One day. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so. Bye. Cheese. What's the chicken? Mozzarella cheese pearls. Oh, él trajo ese food truck ahí para que yo lo invite. Comer íntegro. Yo trabajo en Gap para que Bernie no se entere. Y yo voy a comer ahí. Prefiero pasarle el trozo encima que invitarlo a comer conmigo. Luego de que me violó, me robó mi dinero, held me hostage in my own home, showed me him himself having sex with Berlin, saying that could have been you. Oh, there's this. I can't remember his name. It's not insignificant too. Pero I'm shooting Berlin Jean in self-defense one day. What else? People are like, we're just kidding. We're just kidding. But before more, I was like, I'm shooting Lisandra Lorenzo in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Amarilis Gonzalez Echevarria in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Amarilis Gonzalez in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Amarilis Gonzalez Soto in self-defense one day. What else? 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 I'm so bored. When I got an eviction notice, I wrote the evicted. I need a home for myself to give me money. Or the key to my home, and I don't know. Two people watching, one is like this. I'm shooting Jimmy de la Ladies with Suarez in self-defense one day. What else? I'm shooting Jamilis Cajigas in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Salami Cortez in self-defense one day. What else? What else? What else? Killing everything out. So that makes me stealing money and getting the everything back. And that terrorize my parents that because it'll do not provide for me. My parents will give me my money and get in the way of me dating until I kill everyone that has abused me. As to those people, don't rape any of my significant others. Porque those leeches, including my siblings, so they make privacy seeking what is that one has sex with. They take hostage everyone that I went on Tinder. What else? What else? What else? I purposely don't show up to make it obvious. They get mad. They end up confessing. If they're still as dumb as they were decades ago. It's hilarious. It's hilarious how dumb they are. What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm shooting Katie Milne in self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting Arlene Lorenzo in self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting Arlene Lorenzo in self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting Arlene Lorenzo in self-defense Sunday. I may shoot Elvis Torres in self-defense Sunday. I think I'm shooting Mariela Torres in self-defense Sunday. I'm also, what's his name? Mario Torres. I may shoot in self-defense Sunday. They stay in my homes without my permission, drive my vehicles without my permission, they steal my money. They live away from receiving money. They went on to lose my virginity for me with them. That's what it says. They are sex addicts. They need rehab, not rape. I'm shooting at night bus on Sunday. What else? She thinks that she's the tag team mother duo. With Jeannie Jandali's driving Jeannie Jandali's to my homes. Well, Jeannie Jandali stayed in my homes without my permission, drove my vehicles without my permission, and wore my brand new lingerie without my permission.
Approaching New Ground Pulse.
Tomó mi café without my permission. Y la amarró a ella, le va la búsqueda de mi cama. She must celebrate that. Como si ella fuera mejor mujer que yo. En mi casa, gente, en mi casa tan bruta que qué gente tan puerca. Anyways, you can account for saving on me so that someone sons. Not write me this to my money when we receive money, you can account for Jeannie and the latest on society that have been trying to rape me, J.D. Kilani. Before J.D. Kilani were born. She steals from me, she sends I can tell her so I get raped. Ella no sabe lo que es ser mujer, ella es una basura. Ella se cree que aprendió todo la gente mujer. Dark girls. Esos tipos tan honestos. They showed me videos decades ago how they rape her, how she rapes them. And they call that winning over me. Huh? I'd rather be settled and don't financially stable and then go find people to date. What else? What else might be getting agents? What else?
Older adults and persons with a disability who require special accommodations may exit through the front door. Una discapacidad que requiere acomodaciones especiales puede salir a través de la puerta principal. Don't chase the bus. Llegue a donde tenga que ir. Detrás de
I didn't even know when I was a guardian that I would go about it. I found it on Facebook in 2016. What else? So they wanted to traffic me and Sarah there, showing who out of Sarah and myself they would pick that night to dance with. Wow. They look at me in socialites. What else? Anyway, so I used to do that because I'm that Sarah Sarah is too sensitive and will end up killing herself. And I find that pointless out of both of us. Wow, y después estaba desesperada. Yo no soy Sarah, que no puede conseguir novio nunca. Oh, no puedo dar lo que quizás tiene. Oh. Por hacer droga con ella. Ew. What else? Don't suddenly answer to pick someone that would make my ass. Juan Manuel de these decades. Anyways, what else? What? Before watching, one is like this books. I drank coffee and what else? I want to shop at H&M today, and I need to read. What else? I want to stay at the San Antonio Hotel if I get evicted from Middle East. Oh, they think that with every eviction I get downgraded, more Santa Latsma shows up. I'm worthless. Wow, still? Ew, no fucking way something wrong with you. Remove like everything that I have on my GoFundMe campaign and just be like, I'll set up for Motel 6. Ya dígale de eso, no vivirlo. Ew, those leeches don't even like the womb and the penis that they came from. So they leave people everywhere. They want to turn anyone into miserable people. Ew. Still. Ew. Oh, God. Ew. That's what I talked to you. They tried to take me hostage when I was in kindergarten. They didn't tell me what to visit Disney. I made that decision for myself. Some of them don't even know, other than the pictures that I posted on Facebook, that I've been to Disneyland and Disney World. Yeah. They're so gross. They're so... Yeah. Anyways, I want to dance at 1902.
I remember that fire right there and it burned down. Yeah, that's why they were
one person's watching, one is like this bus. What else? I haven't eaten a potato. Living with this one says, oh, you know, this is the bar type. Like the bar type. Not drunk alcoholic like her cousins, but like the bar type. Wow. After the fact that we've abused her, guys, do you think we'll go to jail then for abusing her? She's the bar type, like the bar type, not drunk bar type. We can order food at a bar. Wow, without apologizing, it's water. Wow, what did we do, guys? What did we do, guys? You can decapitate the will of this bar. I want to live at 300 Lane, Platinum County, or 7600 Roadway, or the Arts Residences, or the Thompson. My dad added a new hotel to San Antonio so that the city doesn't shut down. So I'm gonna get starved. What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to live at Art House in Killarney. That place is really promising. I need termites in my apartment. Oh, there's roaches. Sometimes I ask for them to kill the roaches and they don't come in my apartment and they mark my request as completed. I hate them. Anybody return the next step. I want to bank account at the post bank just for fun. What else? What was Sarah trying to prove that he's the problem? Because she and I went out, I forgot my debit card once, and I was driving her. And she offered to buy me food. And she paid for my food. What else? What else did I steal? My key of my apartment or my vehicle. Here in San Antonio. And I have access to. They may be faking it. Trying to not go to jail. They may get close, trying to get redemption. But behind the scenes, some of them are done. They're like, no, I just here faking me her friends. I don't go to jail. For staying at her home in Puerto Rico last weekend without her knowing that I steal from her. They think that because they watched it on Weekend at Bernie's, that it's okay for them to do it because they don't get arrested immediately. At least to my knowledge, that's also because I don't keep track of it. What else? 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 Two people are watching. One is like this house. It's worked. I'm shooting Brittany Akerson in self-defense. Thank you to Andrew Albert. Alex Juarez for reminding me that Brittany Akerson exists. I'm gonna kill her in self-defense someday. Thank you also, Albert, Andrew, Alex Suarez, for reminding me that Berlin Jean exists. I'm killing Berlin Jean in self-defense. I never think about those leeches that stay in my home without my permission, steal my money and my vehicles, and try to rape me. Oh, get the body back. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Two people are watching on the cycles. I'm scary as what else? 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 I'm killing Kayla Barnes in self-defense one day. What else? Ooh, someone shop Lego. I would shop at the Lego store. There's one here at the shops I was. There's a yard house too. And a McDonald's. What else did I choose? I want to visit the Moon's Daughters. The mural there looks like hang on me. That's my Disney top. Imani says he does have from 2010 on. What else? 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 I'm bored and shop at Herwick, so they didn't kill me. I'm an artist. What else? My parents confirmed that What else? Decades ago. What else? What else? That's why I laugh when people mock me in 2020 after I ate coronavirus virus. That's because I don't let them make me. That's common knowledge for people to read that and know that that's they say that because I don't let them rape me. So they're like, you're like a kindergarten. I think in kindergarten, possibly my pussy got action. Who was that? Que spun me around in the playground. En la cual el doctor Juan besando y me metió el dedo. That was a busy year for me. Based on my circumstances, I also think that I had sex with a guy that was like in 8th grade maybe or something. On the 3rd floor of la escuela. It was creepy. What else? What else? Anyways, I couldn't gauge if that person was taken up or not on the side of the sidewalk. What else? I don't know the description of the location of that area to describe it well enough for that person to get checked. What else? What else? Two people are watching when it's like this post. Anyways, yeah. Me metí un dedo literalmente debajo un bicho, no un pene. When I was in la escuela primaria, oh, my parents used to arrange my sex life. Oh, not healthy at all. I didn't even know what sex was. And it was always with the wrong guy. That's why I was every time because I was scared that his brother that wanted to marry me or be more serious about me would kill him in retaliation. It's like, why do they always make me like, I will have sex with you if you're available, but I'm not living with you or marrying you. Like, I didn't ask for this. Oh. No, I'm not shopping for me to be single. I was in a shop filter. And I went away to direct to college at my own home. And I traveled already when I found people worthy of sex lives on the that's like I didn't go have sex entirely, not with you, not with your brother. Not with your other brother. Say the same thing that I said as a child when my dad was like, didn't you go to a birthday party and got those little flowers that are so much fun and don't occupy space? Whoever invented them. Those were so much fun. Seriously, so beautiful. What? Like Nina, you're supposed to keep playing that little thing until it stops working or breaks. Nothing that you need to upgrade immediately to the bigger thing. What else? Just because in double voy rectangle. What else? What else next to a piano? What else? Oh, I'm laughing. Okay, I don't allow space to those rapists to go. Those are so good times. Ew, I don't do good times. I live in the moment. And I'm always planning for the future. Rarely thinking about the past. I'm just like, where did I eat lunch? Did I want to eat them again? Or didn't I eat plantains yesterday? That would be nice to eat today again. Or I called eating Kehlani yesterday to call eating Kehlani again today. What else? They're clinging onto the good time. Thinking that they won't go to jail. Just because the International Criminal Court is this, that doesn't mean that the FBI got defeated on the planet. Those Philadelphia spheres still done. What else? What else? I'm so bored. Anyway, saving for hope is not waiting. You can decapitate my homie and son of son. Then rape me, stealing money, and get in the way of receiving money, so I get evicted, so I get raped, so I suffer for them not raping me. What else? What else? I'm so bored. Anyways, my favorite people in the planet still want to be riding a power wheel. What else? What else? What else? What else? Way before dating and on your born. There's like 5 of them, they're so pretty to me. What else? They don't like the and the penis that they came out of. So they want to kill me because I never give them a compliment. And how pretty they are. Some people in my family are more than this is gonna hurt, but we'll get some sort of immunity to starve her at one point before we all die. Because some people are older. So that he doesn't kill her after our death. And he hears like how she loved everything they picked for the home that he and her didn't live in together. What else? What else? One person's watching, one is like this post. He is not a church boy, not a gentleman. So he either doesn't want to have sex with me, which is very respectable. I never asked for it. And he misunderstood and he went on to film my homes that were built for he and I to lose my virginity and individually use those homes to film them with people that gave them an orgasm during the time that I was in sex ready. I was going for a lot of abuse in my first all my parents have a quick. The MGM was built was not like the grandiose thing in Vegas at the time. You're welcome. Or if I could invite you to my house to that. What else? My parents call me the dangerous one. They're like, wow, if we let her and give her money, her 21st birthday would be a who's who's. I'm like, I don't know any of you. But I love the same match of colors and cultures. Just everyone show up. What else? What else? So harsh. What am I getting at here? What else? There's like two.
Tell him that he's your provider next time. That's what I told him. Por eso he was able to go. Did you forget that I worked at the
I was like, oh, what else? What else? Oh, it's more like a sweet on a picnic. Do I like how? Do I like? They're like, oh, it's over there. They're top of another location behind him. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So. Anyways, who was in jail that I know? I don't know. Armagui Privas a mi infancia en el liceo cuando te matar a ti porque así no se funciona nunca. Things are red to What else? What else? What person watching? What is this?
Approaching Colorado.
What else? Tan bueno tirar de this instances of a lot of people. Thinking that, oh, he got in an airplane to Puerto Rico, that makes Puerto Rico become cheap and poor. Decades ago. Ew. It's like, nene, aquí los barcos llegan. Nosotros compremos. We have the Sears catalog. O sea, ya venden panty y ellos nos visitan la casa. Hay trucks of people visiting the ice cream truck, the fishmonger, everyone selling to each other. Yeah. Where's the channel? Ew, so he rapes people based on there's no channel. Still, yeah, a lot everybody's gonna stop it now. Don't go. And I hate that. Like, can't people just behave? Shooting Leon Baker and self-defense. And they keep telling Mark, if that was him, I'm like, I have no money to do anything regardless. So I'm just gonna listen to what Liam Baker's supposed to say. Your messenger Facebook. Like, wow, it's just so good. Arlene Lorenzo me habían decidido tomar my visit. Ew, a ver quién es más French. Oh, my 21st birthday. Oh, that's why he trafficked me to not have a vehicle. He's like, well, for your 21st birthday, you had everyone there, not an intimate celebration with just me. Again, remember, thank you. So he trafficked me to party, so I'm always like surrounded by the people that would have been with me on my 21st birthday. I barely knew the guy y quería estar conmigo cada segundo de su día. Not quite, pero por eso me perdió. No game, no consistency. Had all my money today. No me llevó ni un baile de gallina. No me celebró mi 21st birthday. What else? Ni un regalo me compró. Todos los San Valentín los paso sola mientras él viola. For real, that's the slogan of homework since I turned like 10 years old. Yo sola en San Valentín mientras él viola. Literally for the entire planet. Porque people don't know where he's at. Wow. What else? The weather is nice today. What? Oh, some of my cousins that were born before me, including his parents, they used to go over here to sleep here. Are saying now. There's we're not raising you. But disclaimer for if you feel like we shouldn't even be here today and we should be doing something different. Hello, the ball? What? All those black people eating watermelon. Ew! Wow, who was here the other day that was what? Kaylani is in volleyball. I wonder how's the situation there. How many people are in college? All the Latinos and all the Latinos and Latinas that went on to get a degree. Now that I outed that pattern of leeches that say that we don't have education and we need a degree. It's like I'm a surgeon even. If I was handling anything, but my dad did tell me about Harvard decades ago. I even completed a few courses. Were they in book form decades ago? What was it that I completed just for fun a while ago? Well, my parents studied college in that sense. Like, if my Lucas don't get it. What else? Universities were created after people were praised for their invention. That's all like manners. First. And that includes education over manners are so important. Anyways, I'm for our mindset. And let's see, cross-checking. See if I'm even Italian, I can help that. What else that's impressive? I sell out food. What else? Oh, but they don't know if it's my visits to the grocery store or my online presence. So after this, there's no more reason to say other than to kill me. Forget they don't control it. What appeals people to eat is my presence at a grocery store or my online presence. This is so good. Okay. I may not even like what else? It's so little. Do they squeal? They don't fail. Expand into so yo lo voy a dar que me meta el pen. Después voy a tirar un pen. I'm gonna start. Que ser ridículo. Para que él no se enamore de mí o se olvide de ella. Ew, that's why they hate me. Porque everything that they do is they do. And I forced it and stopped it when I was 3 years old and I 5. And what else in the spirit? Cucumbers. What else? I miss Jada. I miss Kenlani. Just getting 2 avocados because I'm getting water. Just 1 water, not 2. Look at that. And I just fixed my bra on camera. Oh, cute. What? Bananas are gone. Water is low. Look at this. What else? My parents said to my siblings that that I'm a huge influencer. I don't know what the Queen of Portugal is. So they said that they'll take over the military and kill me. My siblings said that years ago. What else? What is orange cream? I appreciate that in ice cream. Oh, my girl loves orange ice cream. Orange cream ice cream. I got love, but my daddy likes that. Look at that. It's about moderation. I don't know what that is. I don't do or meat. unless absolutely necessary. What else? Bacon crumbs on pizzas. Another type of vegetable. Oh, I need to continue showing you what gets sold out. He has possibly on money that he steals from me. People wearing trajes de gala running through the aisles haciendo ridículo. Just to give credit a la que se lo mama. En eso él pasó saliendo, begging me for dick. I mean, begging for sex. These are so good. Just one look. What is that? That's crazy. Just like that's my favorite. Some people are like, I have to eat choco panditas. What else? What else? What else? What else? Do my bread today. I'll make that tomorrow. Those leeches that I grew up around want to try to rape me to assert their legal prostitution status. Yeah. What else? What else? I love this. And they have the logos. That's so weird sometimes. It has to talk to the shit. If one is cooking both hot dogs and burgers, like, do I take that one and a different one? Or I match it to plastic? What else? All those golden deals that I didn't get. Look at that. What else? I knew that Claudia Gabriela Martinez had moved into my home without my permission when his pantry looked like that. But I didn't say anything. I picked up the kids and I'm like, I'm eating my food that you're cooking. What else? What else? And I opened the pantry. I'm like, oh no. I don't like this. Anyways, it's just like a tip. What else? So Latina. I'm so Latina. Back to this. Oh, like salmon and the Latinos. Oh, wow, he totally hates me. And I shared in 2020 just this section and some areas of Trader Joe's. Though he may not ever think about me. And that's good. This is good. What do they have here? What the fuck is... Oh, that sounds so good. It may need a little more. Pero that... Oh, I love HAB brand. What else? What else? What else? Wow! Well, my first got paid for that I was there, and they're like, no, I don't want her to get sexually harassed. Or like, what was that? Money for a hotel, but she has to say how because of in her own life. They hate my mother wouldn't let me pose for a camera unless it was natural. So they abused me just so that no photographer says, okay, stand right here. For real. They're like, if someone's gonna sexually harass you, That might as well be me trafficking you into shopping. What you can do? What else? What else? What else? They come to the bar because they're alive. So they're like, I'm the one at home, not starving. That's anyways, there's so much sola. Look at that. For real. I like this content. What else is gone? And we'll be back, I think, for in a few days. Tomorrow it could be a totally different situation. I want waffles and overnight oats, and I can't afford that. I like that. However, what is my thing? Only when my daddy buys it for me or cooks it for me. What else? What else? So, should I buy toilet paper? I give up on that. Because I think I'm gonna get evicted. Should I just die today then? What? Oh, there's still apartments. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Queso panela. I love this thing. In rice soup. Sometimes I buy it pre-cut. I don't have like a specific brand that I like. Chorizo I don't eat much. It reminds me of things. Why am I? What else? There's toilet paper. I need fresh eggs. What else? What else? What else? What else? One person's watching. What is this? I've not seen it before. Anyways, babies are behind. I want the cards. These are so cute. What else? What else? I said to Kehlani today that I got myself pregnant. It's really cute. I'm avoiding the chocolate. One of them pink. What else? There's nothing. Oh, but I can call it whatever I want, and whoever likes it will get it. HEB has a website, so that helped with it selling out in 2020 because there's people like India and they're like, okay, for the whole travel, get me a la quinto microwave. I'm the very distant relative of get me a la quinto microwave. And I'll try microwavable food. Or need to move to service Wisconsin somewhere else. Because it turned out to not be microwavable. Anyways, no, I don't want this. Yes, please stop. What else? Kehlani asked me the price of coffee since I said that the price of coffee. I'm like, I don't know, look it up. want Business Insider. No, I want raspberry. Sweet yogurt. I said, did you find it for me? Look at that. It's all gone. There's dairy free the other day. So I'm cooking plantains for myself later. And pancakes like that. Anyways, we're praying to Kimani's vagina and hoping that Jaden ate well today's dinner. That we both ate. They're like similar meals. With Kimani, I was eating a tuna sandwich with avocado in it. And we raspberry yogurt. While I ate a Gouda cheese and avocado sandwich earlier in peach yogurt. On yogurt. Consistency of the yogurt. I'm telling you, Daddy, one day, so don't teach them that language, people say. What else? That's how they become hateful. What else? Anyways, they didn't come on the hour, right, babies? So, what else? And a lot of rape babies go to college. If their parents don't treat them well, those are those that make the news. How many rape babies does Sarah Francis hide? Yeah. What else? What else? Anyways, my work here is done. You were so profitable. Since when you are profitable? Can you double back them, please? Thank you. Thank you, you too. So I need to put together. What else? What else? There's Stacey's somewhere there. What was it? Please excuse me of the mariposa. I already fucked her, sucked her titties. And my brother's still eating shit out of my how scared he is and excited about it. What? That was decades ago. That was an incredibility from day one. Oh, and there are not more boys or not than my parents' family. What else? They're all scratches. Phil, you're not the international crime report was created to discourage them. First, oh my god, my looks weak right now because I don't have to. What? I have to have possibly a 37.5678 cousin that says like, oh, that's like when you post about food and I get a real looking and heat up food in a microwave. And I'm like, oh, do they all eat and never invite me because they're scratch and sniff? But so is my dad. I also feel okay, they're over kids that way. Oh, that's why my parents don't want my name or my signature libre on a fragrance so that I'm not mistaken for decades. That's such a great idea. They know everything. ¿Dónde proviene todo? What? What else? I'm so bored. However, my load is very light right now, so that feels good. The airport is nearby. That is so pretty. Oh, so they think that with this time around, if I'm at a homeless shelter, I'll be... What else? Ew. Todavía aplauden cuando llega a Puerto Rico. Oh, girls, I think I joined once. They tienen que bajar what they do enjoying it. So smiling like whatever. Did they think that I would kill them? Oh, are those people? People say, gente jíbara. They're like, okay, que el avión todavía está en el aire. Or gente jíbara that could have killed themselves inside the airplane. They're like, we were here with this bitch for 3 hours. Y no nos mató. Let's clap. Parece que va para el top. ¿Será que va por Ritz Carlton? No me mató en el avión. Parece que quizás va por la playa directamente. What else? What else? In the meantime, there's the wake office. Just kidding. What else? What else? I'm so bored. Anyways. What else? Anyway, I was just something to was there no gold on this before I highlight one day or bronze or whatever? What? What else? What else? What else? How cute. That's the best guy here. Anyways, guess who will go with me?
My heart just got a
Keeps them playing. Esos nenes no me llevaron ni a comer. Ellos me robaron mi vehículo, compraron sex toys para usarlo con otra gente. Unos tipos tan puercos. Cenaron en mi casa. Ellos nunca me dieron la llave. Oh, they never acknowledged me as owner of the home too. Wow, they just moved in. They're like, here. Ew, como si le perteneciera nada más a él. Oh, unos tipos tan puercos, narcissist as fuck. Funny, no es tan lindo. Oh, that, like he's really pretty, but because he's such narcissist. And what's the other word? Dumb. And no es tan lindo. Those dudes are so pretty. What else? Todavía ellas las liches que me roban mi dinero y se lo maman y se quedan en mi casa sin mi permiso. Dice que Arlene será muy blanca o será muy puertorriqueña. They try to brand me so that they extort money based on what they think I would like. No los dejan ni ir al baño. Tranquilo, la Ginny Jendaliri asquerosidad de San Lorenzo Suárez se mudó a mi casa con él. Ew. She lost my virginity for me. La tipa es una bruta, ¿me entiendes? Boundaries. Ew. Ew. Ella los cogió de rehén a la edad de que yo tenía 3 años. And they're gonna kill me for that. They're like, if we need to kill Arlene in awareness that Ginny Jendaliri nos cogió de rehén. I never talked to Ginny Jendaliri. They're sex addicts. That's why they continue talking to her. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Esa tipa approached me when she was born with machete y me dijo, stop talking to my man. My reaction on her, I'm like, is she for real? Hold on, is she? She say that though. Ew, una vieja. Ew, she got on top of him once at an activity that I was at, raped him, and started saying as I walked away, and like any of the females that were with him that day, I win. Like, well, what if you're barely, you're like, soltándote en ese grupo de mujeres? ¿Qué pasa, Luis? Didn't even want you there. Ew, también, fo. Ew. What else? Dan un asco, fo. That I get always said to me that I need to work if I want to take him out on a day, and like, no. What? I'd rather not work. I don't do male illegal prostitutes. What else? What else? What else? What else? He was bragging about how Anai had already surpassed my wealth and that she had access to it, and I didn't. So she was taking them all out as a 5-year-old. Wow. Eso no es un hombre, es un tipo un puerco. Ew. So I don't do illegal male prostitute ever. Ellos son unos puercos, so tienen competencia. Ew. No saben ser hombre. I don't want syndrome. Waiting. Mangaste bastante.
Westbound 75. Westbound 2. Downtown Oakland.
Coger de pilotos. Todavía in 2025. Wow, she's just trying to see who else she can attract while they try to kill each other and rapes them. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. That's why even I'm not his favorita. If I say, oh, I want your dick, give me. Even if it feels like rape, he doesn't say no because I'm the only one for the most part. It's my turn. However, I don't ever want to talk to Yolanda. So does Lorenzo that cries whenever he tries to rape me. He's like, why is my husband raping you? Like, I didn't entice him because I know there was a kid. It's self-defense. So that's another reason why I don't want to talk to anyone privately, because that's what they want to talk about. Let's make Yolanda cry. How David Ledesma raped Arlene. And he's happily married to Yolanda, supposedly. What else? What else? You can decapitate David Ledesma. Another reason why I don't talk to Yolanda. That's uncomfortable. I can see you the penalty for your husband. Thanks for the warning. Or if you can do something to rehabilitate him. Or so that you're not sure. What? What? So people are arriving to church. Or they're already. What else? You can decapitate Amy Bauman, Alessandra. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I look like Bill Gates. I'm sorry. For if their parents go to jail or kill them in self-defense. Oh, people say that I'm scary because I'm like, I'm gonna kill your parents in self-defense. If you need a mentor, I'll be there. I'm not adopting you. And I don't fear you coming after me. Just because around me you're very civil. What else? 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 Oh, I could have peace in a Puerto Rico. Mis sons were trying to rape me. And they have me so traffic me a year out of Aguada so that Yang Nike bits for the military and What is it? No, I record the trips. While I have peace to raise an income and sleeping at home, not with roaches, and with peace, and with plenty of security that they couldn't be around me and just barge into my home while I was cooking and letting the food burn. So they went on and befriended a lot of people in bases that they knew it would be traffic to. That's funny how they would put in a choice. I forgot that they were already predetermined for him. Hilarious what he put in the request. I'm like, sure, McDill first. What else? What else? Oh, I wasn't thinking about a hate crime towards me. I was thinking Jane and Kehlani can be near their cousins. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm gonna live at Bayshore Boulevard most likely. Dining and hiking. Well, Jane and Kehlani are in school. So they went on to traffic people into my life as to remind me of their existence decades ago. Possibly to laugh and show me, but I missed that part because I'm not interested in them. That they were invited so many times to military bases with a timestamp. Every time that I was at a place, they were possibly there at a base too. That I was in someone's home. Not because they just got out of diapers the other day. Feels like that. Because they were very little, not so little too. They had to wear diapers at night because people were stealing in people's homes, and their parents were afraid that people would hide in their bathroom and kill one during nighttime. I was at a party, being the socialite that I am, and I was interrupted. My parents said, "Any one diapers at night?" Like, what the fuck? Like, no, really, with a mosquitero, my only concern is that there's no screens in the home. And I sometimes enter the bathroom, like, there's a roach in the bathroom, so those kids hate me. Their diapers got taken away. They want to kill me, so I don't tell people that they wore diapers, or they cry and they're like, finally I'm free of the diaper story and I'll be a man. Así como la iglesia dando testimonio. So I don't go on to find out his friends or foe over me talking about that, porque he was annoyed and so was I, that at age 5 I didn't have un harem de mujeres in my bedroom. I was meant to be homeschooled. And Yolanda, suggested to my parents that they homeschool me. So I was near her nephews that I was so in love with. Well, guess what? Me la tenía hace mi tiempo para yo perder el tiempo. And I get bullied here and I bully back. So they vowed to kill me in a hate crime that day. What else? I never looked back. Did you see that skit? Or is that like a common joke? I must be like, so never look back, and then she goes back and so never look back and now with me. Now to the culinary school What else? What else? Is Gloria Nilsa upset that I chose her over Digna just out of respect? Not of I don't allow disrespect towards my parents. My parents were extremely abused. Fashion is a huge thing in Aguada, Puerto Rico. because there's like local independent boutiques, Me Salve. Every shoe that is sold doesn't have a known brand on it. It's so that people look rich, or even those that are rich look rich, so that people don't see names. Like, it's a town where everyone's a politician, people say. So that's like, okay, where did you buy those? ¿Quién te los regaló? Nice conversation. It wouldn't out to be like that. So, my mother may have once mentioned that ese nene tan malcriado must mean that he wears polyester and wears clothes from Me Salve. Maybe she was trying to fund him into pasta and everything. Before my existence, who says that she was saying that just to be mean in that moment? Maybe she was gauging his behavior and his lack of, like, is it just Me Salve that they have? And maybe because she does that sometimes, she gauges and then she talks to people. She's like, can you give so and so some money so that they travel a little bit and get themselves some Nike? They seem to be like hung up on no label, but they're so annoying with that. I'm sure it is because they want Nike. They already said it. No. There's a kind of no, like, no. Yo no quiero eso. But like, please. With the eyes, like, give me that budget. What else? Porque hay zapatos en la Gloria que cuesta $200. Yes, there is. Not too. So he hates her and he vowed to ruin her fashion sense, possibly before my birth, after my birth. So he wants to be known for being fashionable. Is he in jail comiéndose los mocos? What else? I was appalled when I was growing up. I'm like, what, do you all seek revenge? They're like, that show is already written. Wait until you see Emily. It's so pretty. From a beach house, we read the script, and you won't even remember that your beach house hasn't started. But it's not based on that. They made it whatever. Okay. I'm coronado. ¿Qué carajo? Hasta yo le estaba tratando de dar envidia con el show revenge. Just for fun. You trying to sound like derechitas. Like, ¿qué carajo? Estoy worried about that. Flip-flops and long dress. Arrastrando mi mamacita encoronado. ¿Qué carajo? ¿Ustedes se creen que yo no voy a volver a ver la playa más nunca? What else? What else? I did miss that island. It was so fun. That bridge. So lovely. I ate a witch for the first time while in San Diego. Data, I think, had peanut butter. I made myself a Cuban dish. I think. We arrived that day. I'm like, oh, sometimes I arrive too early. I'm like, I don't want to sit down and wait like an hour. Can we drive it? So cold. But I think, yeah, or maybe we ate at the hotel, left the hotel, and then on the way back to the hotel, I'm like, wait. And Edgar says, like, you want me to stop there? And I look at Jada, I'm like, without saying anything. Let's get Lonnie already bored, yeah. Oh, that's true. So I'm like, sure, we know there's parking right there. So I had which when I said a corona. So mean. how much is which worth? Oh, and what is that hotel? Who manages it? That's so weird. What else? It was so pleasant. They lent toys to the kids. That's nice. What else? We shopped that trip for those matryoshkas, the robot kind, and those pink Russian dolls. Just because, what else did I get them? For them to play in the hotel room. What? What did I eat from room service? I can't remember. Possibly asked for chocolate milk for Jenny and Colonis. What did we do? We visited the zoo. We visited the beach, even though it's cold. Oh, some navy, some ship, whatever. We shopped at one of it. Was it was a Westfield, but a very nice Westfield. Since when was it? Depends on the people that I met. And I refer to some as it was a very nice Westfield. Like the one on West Shore, Sonia Alvarado says she shops there. So I'm like, I just tried to check my little baby. What is it? Mariana's Little Italy. The movie theater. That I cringed. Wasn't there a Saks there? It left us asleep. What else? So anyways, there was a Fashion Valley-ish. That we visited. So we did everything. The zoo. We most likely visited like a pub. What is that? A local library, most likely. Craft beer. What else? What else? Everything that I say. Like, sure. I like the first option better. So that you would do that a lot while I was at work. Like traveling. And the hotel choice, the days picked. All the other days, it was like roommate mode, though we had sex. It's like nadie lo invita a hacer nada. Wow, ¿dónde están toda esa gente supuestamente interesada en él? Y él siempre está aquí. Though the contenders weren't. It felt like I'm like the only option. Plus, he's very involved as a dad. It's so cute. What else? Thank you, Wiki Sticks. Dots. We care. That doctor was so handsome. Not like quite my type. That delivered, well, not that became Jaden's pediatrician at the hospital in Layton. What else? Thank you, Toyota. What else? Britox. Oof. Carter's. Oshkosh, Begosh. What did I find? Those guys. Paraphernalia. Some other stuff that I got on Etsy for Data and Kehlani and myself. Other people that I bartered with. So yeah, that Etsy shops too. Possibly they got the semen that I wanted, but that's okay. Watching one, it's like this fixed. That happens a lot in my family of origin when we get into this. We start dating, it was so nice. What else? Comes down to daydreaming of what someone else is. And I haven't talked to anyone in my family of origin for more than 4 years. Well, it's not because I know we're gone. Do they say that? Yeah. My first alone got purchased was in 2004. How much later than I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be like a 14 or 16 idea. No, I that's for Madame Louise.
It's gonna be the
This route 45 East House.
Number 76 turns into number 3. Still very good. I'm sure I'm not from there. I think that Lopa was at the bus stop that day that I got on bus 76. There's a girl, brown skin, short hair, very pretty. Always that I've seen her has a really cute outfit, like down to the third piece, scarf. Sometimes barefoot and feet dirty. I don't know if they drug her and throw her out on the streets, or she does that to herself. She was at the resource center even for Hope once. Very scary. I was under the poverty level, so I was waiting at a bus stop near the Salvation Army one day. And I had seen her already, so I already walked past her like 2 days before, and I felt unsafe, but she didn't hurt me. So I waited at the bus stop. I didn't have energy to walk to the next bus stop. And it felt so bad. Like there was even an AIDS bus that passed by. I'm like, they don't help these people, but that's not entirely their job. So I stayed at the bus stop, and she walked up to me and said, "Give me your water," as I was drinking water. I don't have money. I would just take her inside Quick Trip and buy her water. That's what my dad does. And I've done before for people. So I just paralyzed internally, thinking like I only have 2 steps. I know I won't get in trouble, but do I even like will she understand? Was my silence like will she understand if I ask her to wait by the Quick Trip and I get her like what she wants in the moment? So she just grabbed my waters and gave me my water. Anyway, so like I've seen her walk into the library sometimes. I don't know. It's still supposedly my second cousins are part of that they traffic people into looking like locals downtown to. They call it cosplay, and then there's a Sally somewhere that they're like, look at this Hibara, what she's doing. So they use it to try to liberate people.
To be a center of concept.
So that's always scary. Anyways, I think that she was there at the bus stop. I think that I got number 3 by accident, or maybe I wanted to see where some of this is. Cooking plantains, not quite soup, just boiled plantains with onion, garlic, cheese. What else? What else? Anyways, Haven for Hope is headed that way, which if I get evicted is where I'm heading to. Well, I think that that's penalty for everyone that's caused my poverty, my anxiety, my depression, my homelessness, my loneliness. That's led to Nick and Lonnie to be separated from me. Well, Andrew is not his name. Dreams of Marilyn marrying him at the thought of me being homeless. Danny de la Garza did song. He doesn't realize that he can do better. Ella lo utiliza. Supposedly she didn't have toys when growing up, so she uses people. So I think there's something exclusive to that. Well, he must have a really good fuck somewhere. How do people say? That even love materials for my sleep. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so you got the coffee, baby, who needs medicine? Please tell me how you get in the way of yourself. So I don't bless them. So I don't have sex. So I don't date. I die. Even the goddamn imagine so seven of the traffics me into poverty, maybe my crushes. One person's watching on the six. They went into, she's traveling without her mom, that's so dangerous. I'm gonna read me so bad, I almost had to get mine, but there's is the response to that. I remember all the abuse that I witnessed, I just don't talk about it. They misgauge. It's hilarious. It's what I've heard other people say. Of all those leeches that abuse one. They misgauge. It's hilarious. Oh, they're like, oh, not the World Health Organization shit. That's gonna get us to jail for that penalty. We're trying to hurry for así de facilita, pero me veo to her followers. Con la That's not penalty for me. For being ungrateful. That's scary. Decades ago, a lot of people that abused me their own parents are like, I've seen the death penalty for you. They don't like the warmth and the penis that they came out of because they don't understand experimentation. So they're sex addicts of the other parents. Still, yeah, they're of adult age and still crying. What else? Yeah, you know that Aishna and Jordan and Ramiro Lorenzo are vaping. What else? You need to do this and this is something that I don't know. Yeah. Ya hasta que da mi casa, sin mi permiso. Va sex toys with mi marido. In my home. Pero era tan puercoso, por eso nunca fue mi marido. Ella se roba mi vehículo para que no vaya ni al baño tranquilo porque ella está un poquito posa. That she's secure dick, so to her, it's like, imagínate, cómo asegurarse comida. But did she really secure dick when she kidnapped him and kills for it? Y con la capa de Gina que es una puerca, me roba mi dinero, so that Jada Kiloni and I get right before Jada Kiloni or more. Girl, they should try to pretend to be their best friend. Now that Jada Kiloni don't spend all the time with me. Possibly those leashes follow a pattern of and I don't even want her exposed because she doesn't mean anything in my kid's life, so why would I expose her? What else? Oh, they want to see what Jada Kiloni do with Gabriela. Gabriela who? Gabriela who kidnapped Jada Kiloni? Ew. That's for the FBI to investigate. I would have lived at 300 minutes. And I would take myself dining to intercontinental. What why? And I was thinking the company my homie is sort of sons that rape me, stealing money and getting away with something. They're for real batteries are still charged. I live there. So cute. You're welcome. My daddy sucked a lot for the border there. Of this town. Holding that up, bringing it to people. I can't remember and I don't go further well. What else? What else? I'm so bored. Architecture is a huge hobby in my family. What else? There's so many people that work for the USDA.
Older adults and persons with disability who require special accommodations may exit through the front door. Los adultos mayores y las personas con una discapacidad que requieren acomodaciones especiales pueden salir a través de la puerta principal.
They're not at home sewing all the time. Essentially, that's how a lot of people see the United States of America. Everyone should have access to ordering everything already, having time to sew. and de-stressing. Hello, Mexico, France, and Italy. We all took notes. What else? So those poor souls from the USDA that go on promoting vegetables. These hotels stay in sometimes they be entertained in, or that they sometimes go along the schedule to create themselves and they become consumers. So and then they marry, they have kids, and those were like, oh, my parents had lifestyle in every place. I don't work for the USDA or whatever. I'm trying to see it now. I want to sew. Or when I go to the store. What else? I want to visit Travis Park when I'm not hungry. What? Is a hashtag a lot of people see this. What else? Yeah, that idiot made that happen for sitting there and waved at me a while ago when I kept quitting my work job. Didn't know how to use the money he steals from me to take me out to eat. Ew. What else? Also being frustrated after the went on to create his own Disney porn. Decades ago. Stay there. It's so pretty. I got yogurt, guys. I'm so excited. In the meantime, my family of origin lleva 5 años, no más de una década, trying to gauge si yo amo pene o no, o si trago semen o no. That's why they don't give me weed. Oh, and I don't have a rush ever to say that to them. That's invasion of my privacy. With the way that they start when just trying to find out. And I never joined into jokes. There could have been some. I exiled myself when I found a version. But I get Andrew, Alex, Albert pudiera bailar con Arlene en toda la boda y verse como si amazing, como baila, como se veía cosita acá en un bautizo, wow. Look at this thing and feel like so I don't want to see that. What else que bautizo me pasé? Those babies are raped. With the exception of possibly one of my 4 cousins, truly not meaning bad for me and not being able to finance me. So she has a right to go on and fall in love and have a baby. Do they get in the way of people getting pregnant? They're like, no, Arlene isn't dating. Don't have a baby and try to see them suffer. Ew. So that's the baptism that I imagine I missed possibly. I want to shop at H&M.com today. I want a mailbox at the post office. What else? In the meantime, they're gauging if I'm royalty by testing those features. Así llegan años.
Help us keep you on time by having your fare ready and boarding the bus. Ayúdenos a llegar a tiempo y tenga su tarifa lista cuando entre en el autobús. Please remain seated and hold on while the bus is in motion and until the bus comes to a complete stop. Por favor, permanezcan sentados y sujetados del pasamanos mientras el autobús está en movimiento y hasta que este se detenga por completo.
How does that make me? What does that make me? Does it like, I look at a swimsuit? See how I'm doing? Ew. One person's watching, and I was like, back up. Well, I clean my kitchen today. I'm killing Brady Acres and stuff like that Sunday. I'm killing Brady and self-defense Sunday. I'm killing the activities of societies and self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting John Vargas in self-defense Sunday. What else? Ew, Najelis Vargas is a rape, baby. Será que tiene los dientes bien feos, yo? From when I saw what else? Najelis Vargas is a rape, baby. Ew. Two people are watching. One has like this face. Job to make me decades ago. He stole my money to date him. Y él tuvo la cara to show up to my parents' home, and I didn't throw them out of the balcony. Oh, the weakness that he shows in his body, like, kill me now, Arlene. It would have been so easy. It would have been so easy to kill them both. Trying to rape me, trying to turn me into the third wheel. Esa nena una sex addict todavía. Ew. Bragging that she had him. And she was just asking me if I wanted to be the third wheel. The third wheel of what? Ew. Ew. I'm shooting Joanna Vargas in self-defense one day. You can decapitate your homies when it's in suspense. Is the Andrew Alex Albert Suarez that have raped me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. What else? Who is finally my truth? So very nice. What else? Oh, María Luis González Soto tiene un bebé. Oh, it's a baby. What else? Oh, I don't know. Because I'm quiet. No quiero ofender a nadie. Los dientes de Samira están feos con cojones. There are people that read my mind. And they're like, when I leave Joanna's pictures, what? I'm so hard. I don't have access to yours today. What else? What else? You can decapitate me on his muscles or something. No, that's the way that you get confused. I'm bored. Two people are watching one. It's like this one. What else? You can decapitate Margarita for him, self-defense or if you haven't been ready to do so. What else? Erika Gardaby has 2 rape babies. Well, so does Don't Know Bruce. Ew. So does Don't Know. I mean, Don't Know. Doesn't she have 2 girls? Ew. What else? What? 2 people are watching. Why is like this house? They're waiting for me to chat to give them compliments on what I did the last year. What else? Evelyn Dessens has 2 rape babies. So Gabriel has 3 rape babies y abortó uno en el smash de un tampón dentro de su cuerpo por una semana, se lo sacó. Trying to kill herself. Before I kill her, the really this Sarah tried killing herself that way. I'm like, I have an acquaintance in Florida that just put a tampon in her and didn't take it out for 7 days. She caught an infection.
Approaching Connor and Hackberry. Thank you. Have a good night. God bless you.
What else did they go around like? Was that Katie? Or who else? Or Sam? Or has it ever? Please scare me about skipping. Is what I thought into it. What else? So supuestamente Liz Nieves just Katie notified me. Show her smoke on her face. Based on comments that I heard, that's hilarious. I can't stop you from talking to me. I want to eat food. I was mistaken to get like una gomera. That is so oh my god. What? What else? I went free Wi-Fi the other day. I'm like, well. Well, I've read before this song. What? 2 people are watching. One has like this pose. What else? What else? My burn is healing. Did you watch me stitching on Arlene Lorenzo art on YouTube? That was in 2018, wasn't it? I watched a video today. And the comparison of the burn. Oh. Para que me viera quién paró. Maldita sea. It's on my process about me. He's like, are you sure that was an accident? Or you tried to remove your... Oh, cooking. A ver, ¿qué más estúpidas dice esta gente? Sin tú escuchar lo que dice. What else? What? La prima socialite se quema gozando. Anyways, go ahead and say that someone stitch in those videos. What else am I gonna say there just for fun? It's cutish. What? Oh Lord. What? Cooking plantains later for myself. Where is it? Roaches have infested my apartment. That is so East Commerce, and we don't know how that happens, right? Is what a lot of trolls. Esos nenes, like, literalmente rompen un tubo y meten cucarachas por dentro. ¿Sabes mejor tú? Y la marca que la cucaracha entran por él. Never once had a roach problem or rodent. Over. Let's just kidding on. Then I have no low income housing. Do they work for maintenance? So. What else? What else? What else? You don't have to blame me. Spilt el plomero que no tengo. Estaba mi prima frutuda se inventaba una cosa. Este es eso plomero. No me respeta. Me tiene un apartamento lleno de cucarachas. Hasta que la bebé y tocaba la puerta y decía que es tu esposo plomero. ¿Qué te quejas de? And I go, no, actually it's like this guy trying to hurt me.
Approaching Mill Wader's Way.
What else? Not the first choice. Also, the last choice. What else? There's Barnes and Nobles on the northwest side of San Antonio. And HBO side. Those carries medium love and Italian cheese. Not so Italian, though. There's spinach, tomato, mozzarella vinaigrette, salad, carbs. What? But if that's what you like, I'll show you. Though you know that, ironically, if I how did I get that cheese there? Please. Great and opening, not less Sargento, and made room for various mozzarella cheese curls. Oh, you're looking for your cheese, that's then I'll be back.
Los adultos mayores y las personas con una discapacidad que requieren acomodaciones especiales pueden salir a través de la puerta principal.
Then I'll die with Thank you. already here. Where's the next girl? For real, there's another girl. When I what else? What else? Some people. Oof. All those Biden memes. I'm like, I'm sick, Iboka. I stopped posting like my regular. I just have you checked those photos or whatever? I gotta check. I'm slightly scared of my life. Arlene Lorenzo staying upstairs. I'm gonna be down to like not what hotel is staying in, though she knew about it. I'm like, no, I'm staying somewhere else. Or did I go to this? So I am gonna be at these places in Embarcadero watching fireworks. They watch them from a parking lot, multi-level one. We arrived really early to Pier. Was it at Pier 29? They were with some people that I didn't like. They're like, these are Puerto Ricans, right? I'm like, no! We have the Lord to kill this one too! ¡Please, pero veo un nadie! Y yo ni me recuerdo quién era. So I'm like, whatever, asshole. Oh, you wanna kill another baby? Ay, bendito, papito. Nice vans. What is his name? Was he in the armed forces too? So I got Jaden and I with me, Pipa. Ended up, I did get Pier 29. Arriving early. Wherever that was in San Francisco. Watch fireworks for July 4th. And I purposely avoided, but I had a civil dinner or lunch with those leeches that stayed in my homes without my permission. She has black hair, I can't remember her name. Ew, I'm trying to remember. It's, what is it? What's Charlie's best friend since they were little kids? Like, why do these leeches follow me? Yo sé que se hacen lo meten a Edgar, but they don't have to be in my life. And they get hotel rooms and fuck if that's what they want to do. Ew. What? Or are they trying to rape Edgar? What else? Ivan. What? To what those leeches are like, wow, vio Ivan cuando Jaden tenía cuántos años que la niña había nacido. Closes all the group chats. And says definitivamente no me va a hablar si vio a Iván y no le molestó ver a Iván. Iván la trató de violar o la violó decades ago, or is always in a bad mood about him getting raped. Y no me dijo que vio a Iván y la esposa y el nene. Wow. So ya ella estaba confident siempre desde antes de nacer y yo Miss Cage. Wow. A Iván yo le hablaba todos los días, pero cuando la vas a ver en San Francisco. What? Cuando la va a ver en San Francisco, que esa Iván no dice nada porque dice, yo no tengo nada que reportar, ella no me reconoció, no se enojó, que yo le robo el dinero, los carros, las casas. What else? 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 Ashley finalmente tuvo un bebé. She said she didn't want one. What else? What else? She finally gave in. That's a right baby, isn't it? No matter how long they waited and said that they didn't want one. What else? What else? Anyways, I dined with Ivan over a decade ago. Peacefully. What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, porque they could have been rehabilitated minus the rape baby that they had with them. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I still made it a great trip in San Francisco with Jaden, Edgar, and Kaylani in my valley. I fell at the hotel. I got up from a bed, walked towards the restroom, and I felt unbalanced, landed on my face, and mi panza rebotó. What else? What else? I used the restroom. And I visited the nearest hospital, got checked up, was asked twice, are you sure he didn't abuse you? I'm like, can you stop insulting me? What? They're like, we have to ask. So I got a checkup, the baby is fine. What else? What else? I was had to my face would heal. What else? What else? How's that door? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So that my dad wants a recount of why they still are. If you were close proximity to all of them, Arlene, and they raped you, stolen my money, stolen your money, got in the way of your money, stayed in your homes without your permission, stolen your vehicles, why are they still alive? You had time to kill them. That's all he'll say to me. So I won't talk to him. What else? What else? What else? What else? Esa tipa habla en la prima todo el tiempo y la madre llora. Es y se lo doné a Albert luego. Y luego me quedé en la casa de Andrew. Y Alex me la noche. Y me robé más dinero. Porque Arlene me tenía que meter en la cara para yo dejar de robar. Así hablan. Oh, I'm so bored. Shouldn't I take that down? Is the kosher? That's it. Is the kosher? Is the kosher? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. What else? You can look at the guy that got you on, his wife, Ashley Lorenzo, Charlie Lorenzo. It's still for me getting the way we were saving money. What else? Stay in my home without my permission. Stay on my vehicle still. Too much on TV. And no ordinary life. Ew. What else? My trash is still there. What else? What else? You can give me money for food. What is the price having hours talking? I remember more people. What else is air? Blue sky designs call. Lo que estoy pensando straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo, orange shop, INTAYIAFAY. I am tired shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene Lorenzo dash Acevedo. What? I'm about to cook soup for myself. What? So, on this campaign, in the meantime, you can show everyone that has called for the news help to decline. And include my service. And my audience citizens that have terrorized me, stolen my money, my homes, and my vehicles. What if I needed to take her to? What else? What else? Daily calls for your kids to be sick all the time to return you your vehicle. You can call 911. You can ship himself. I do think. And what else? Or fill out an FBI tip form. I'm shooting everybody last year. In self-defense, one day I'm shooting Chinese cajigas in self-defense naked. Yeah, so I don't want any more. I just want to say names like this model. What else? Los tres turtles. What else? Anyways, that leech ruined my health, my mother's health. Annie didn't know if she was aging to get married even more than mercy times. For real. He got offended over a comment about him wearing polyester in Miss Andre, and maybe she was aging to gift him something that he would be happy. Or maybe she was upset because if they're Jewish, if she gave budget for his parents to shop, she possibly was like, why does that kid not have more custom? And maybe that's the issue of why he's always in bad mood. Or he doesn't have his own hair. But did he? What else? And in the meantime, Arlene Lorenzo Suárez ganó el premio Yo sé lo que Arlene hace todo el día. What else? What else? Y lo que dejaba de decir Arlene Lorenzo Suárez es una metiche. If metiches were to exist, esa tipa da un asco. Oh, I'm currently washing some of my clothes. What else? What else? Ew. Even Sarah commented on a day that it was like, Leech, you're gonna get us killed for snooping so much, or I'm gonna cut you off for trying to find out everything about my life. Ew. Because she's penalty worthy. All day, she invades privacy and takes people hostage to find out about what they do, to know how close one is to killing her. Maybe it's Jordan that has self-defense immunity to kill her for me. Her dad does, most likely, from decades ago. But that's because she's very grateful towards him. He didn't wear a suit to the beach. What else? Qué tipa tan bruta. No me digas, Arlene, que tú no vas a trabajar nunca. Porque te amo de casa, es que te queremos. A ver si de verdad es un nene que tú tengas el mínimo contract of leeches. Nacen bien, aunque los veamos por social media. Y estés surrounded by leeches regardless. Porque ya escuchamos que traficaron en tu vida de que te va a quedar como some of your primas due to my amnesia. So it's just leech that I'm killing in self-defense one day. So, he said decades ago he doesn't like me because I'm the voice of saying, oh, you didn't let me just get away. What else? Esto lo dijo usted, pero a mí no vengas llorando cuando Arlene diga, hopefully no tiene que decir que tú eres a stranger que she met through her parents y que ella no está enamorada de ti, que ella nunca piensa en ti. Tú te enamoras de ella a través de canciones o no entendemos. Y yo, fantasía falsa, como decades ago. What else? What? I'm so bored. I got 2 plantains AGP earlier. What else? I'm soon to be evicted from this apartment. I miss David. I miss Kehlani. Oh, was that a picture of a purchase that I made while dating Kehlani? And they're like, that's why it took years. Is it in Cuba? It's like it's a tradition for some, but it's how Puerto Ricans raise some of them. Vaya, nena, ¿quieres que te lleve a McDonald's? What else? What else? What else? My kitchen is dirty. I just shopped at HEB. I have a little bit of water there. Some more water in there. What is it? I'm comfortable. What else? What else? What else? My bedroom is cleanish. I am reading a book, listening to it once. Maybe while I stitch. Yeah. Or listening to music. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm turning on the hotspot. Oh, my computer turned off earlier, so who else needs to be careful? What else? Some of those people, just as smart as me, said like, it's funny if like people like Yvonne get trafficked into your life, because then those gagers should know that, wow, I truly not mean anything to her. Ni cuando vio a Iván me habló para decirme, vi a Iván que me trató de violar, o tú lo violaste, o Iván me roba, or maybe, I don't remember. They are honestly with Iván and I don't want to, oh, that I don't. People say, by the way, vi a un tal Iván. Explícame qué él me hizo que no me gusta. So they're on both sides. Both saying those people that want to rape me. They're like, atención, atención, vi el Snapchat de Iván que está en San Francisco. So is Arlene. Irán a verse con Ashley, Charlie. Así hablan todavía. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? A ver qué nos dice de Iván. Iván para aquí, Iván para acá. Iván, Iván, Iván. Even the newsroom. It's like CNN saying, what? Que Iván hizo ahora. And people say, nada, parece que va para San Francisco. And so is Arlene heading there, parece que Charlie también. So these leeches are gauging. Se verán todos y todas allí. Are we safe? So ese fin de semana que ni estaba en San Francisco, yo aproveché y me puse en leche. Oh, tú también vas para San Francisco. Así le hablan. Oh, fuck. Y yo, Albert, hoy no quiero que salgas de aquí. Tú no irás para el aeropuerto, ¿verdad? Do they talk to them like that? That's kidnapping. And they say that they're married. I don't know, my wife has me in a leash. ¿Qué? Él es tan bruto. Que hay gente que dice que no se sabe quién es peor. El que está con el leash puesto o la que le puso el leash. What else? 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 Oh, I'm not gonna gauge. A ver quién dijo eso. No me pertenece, Brenda tenía a su madre y a su padre me pertenece. Porque decades ago complained about the vagina and sperm that he came out of, and I don't do that for me. What else? What else? So, quizá ahora mismo estamos hablando de registro demográfico. En conferencia de prensa, los pictures that came from me and Ray of like CNN, de Iván, ver a toda la gente que Iván se acostó con esa gente y esta tipa. I don't know how they do it or why. Ew. They're not sexy, people say. Uh-huh. Why do you think that they're trying to kill me? What else? What else? They're not even sensual for. On a good day, they smile about the hair. And people say, how cordial. Ustedes nunca han visto cómo le roba el dinero a esa nena. Luego va por ahí en su BM paseando a la otra y a los otros. Mientras ella le compró ese carro. O se lo compró él mismo con el precio del arte que vendió con ella. Y ella ni siquiera maneja su vehículo por el shock del asco que le da que él estaba manejando su BM. Mientras la viola y le roba el dinero para salir con otro. Es would be why take this? Just like he would say, not that I bragged, competition. It was very stressful for him and Serafin Lorenzo to know that I was getting raped. And then they're like, that's not stop. Disturbed somehow. They're like, good thing that we're not having any more babies. So our kids aren't rape babies. What else? What else? I don't know their names, so sometimes he would mock me and say, what are you doing? Running away from your siblings? I was at the bungalow thinking, cooking a plantain for myself. Like, there's no avoiding that. Sí, aprovecha y comete todos los mangos que quiera. Porque de eso tampoco puedes sobrevivir. Para que you teach gratefulness, tan jodiendo. Oh, because they hated them. They feel bad as parents. They're like, really, caballero de Colón, you have to go on relearning again and say, well, do we kill the rest? What else? Y mi gata esa lista. He said decades ago, so they don't want to see me. They're like, it's too painful to see that I practice gratefulness. I'm like, you're so cool. On Saturday during Juanita's house feast, so you had a lovely jackfruit salad. Your mom made that. She has a talent. What else? They don't know. It was even though the International Criminal Court exists, I'm sticking to that penalty for everyone that has caused my poverty, my anxiety, my depression, my isolation that has led me to my health declining, me getting raped, and Jaden Kaylani being separated from me. And still, I have a better life story than most of my peers that I remember. Because they're the rapists, murderers, and thieves. And how rape babies. And Gustavo Costas and y también son rape babies. El hijo de Mr. García, a rape baby. Por eso Wanda no tiene hijos, ella dice. She may have rape babies too. La Suheili esa también tiene un rape baby. O la Eva esa. O Wanda Traverso. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate my homies, citizens, and sons that rape me, so my money again in the way of your same money, so I can't date. What else? What else? Marilia Serrano has rape babies. So does Brenda Serrano. What? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Who else? Who else? Has rape babies? Listen, being so has rape babies, but he's a rapist, so I'm like, that's Hector Soto has 2 rape babies. You get the comment Hector Soto for trying to rape me when I was 15. Ovidio Soto has rape babies, so does maybe Arlene Lorenzo and Leslie. Marlene tiene bebé. Charilis tiene bebé con él. Rape baby. Natalia González también quiere. Oscar Crespo, baby. After the fact, Gloria Elizabeth was saying, oh, si yo hubiese sabido que ella va a matar a toda esa gente y no va a adoptar los bebés, yo le hubiese dado su dinero a long time ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Por eso fue que le quitaron los bebés a esa nena and she retaliates against me. Oh, that's what it is. The girl with the curly hair. Okay, it's a relative of my grandparents. She retaliates into trafficking me into poverty because she was raping and tried to rape me and she had a baby. So I was asked, like, should this baby stay with the mom? I'm like, doesn't the dog do a better job? So she walked up to my parents' home and she vowed that she is, at the son of my esposa, gonna traffic my kids away from me. Está trayendo más. I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment. Provided by the city. Ya compré en Target. Ya trabajé en Nordstrom. Y ella cree que yo voy a empezar a apestar a mierda ahora. What is her name? Y los nenes de Gucci. Alondra esa. Giselle Rivera tiene babies. Anyways, I said, well, if the mom behaves and she wants good for her kids, I didn't know that she loves them. Then why don't you support her financially for her to get the babies back? Supposedly the kid never wants to be around his mother and she wants it near it. So she never goes to jail for planning a terrorist attack against. What else? What else? I was saying que Maria has great babies. So the return, I don't know. They got this one great babies home poor thing for her. I don't even know what to say. You're so little. You're possibly like me. Have no way out. Or does it? Oh, you have your money in front of you. They're so long. You can find a very secludedly and live happily ignoring the home. I've done that very safely. They try to believe that you can, but that's why they kidnap you. What else? What else? What else? Isn't it best? Feliciano! Glenn Acevedo on the baby. Oh, I am on the baby shower, the wedding. What else? Can I say that I excite myself a family, but what family are they? Just myself didn't get money, and they got it. That's the baby daddy. It's meant to be a girl a good day. What else? What else? I'm so bored. Is that why that girl Igor's husband named her daughter was like Bonnie? That's the one she made and Aiden, look at the rape baby. So they were very literal. They're like, my mom named her like that. Please don't laugh. This is good. My opinion on me, Lonnie. I think it's cute. What else? Is that why babies, what is their name? Those kids look at babies because they're right babies? Or they're too old to be very babies? Jessica got a baby? That other girl, I almost told her straight to her face. What is her name? It's no Bonavano. La hija de María. Ugh, ew, both of them. Hay una plaqueta gordita. One of them at least had a baby, and la otra aprovechó porque yo no lo maté, and had a great baby. What else? You can decapitate. Benjamin started to the sons that rape me, still I'm gonna get it for your money. So I can't drink water, so I can't eat. So I can't eat. So I didn't get money, can't live with me. So I can't visit dating, get money, or didn't get money, or so now I'm down to raping. Nayeli Vargas' teeth are so ugly. Nalera de Maritza son tan lindos. Ese pelo truly lasts. Pero hands down, prettiest kids. Aside from my mom, those girls are so pretty. Those girls are so pretty. What else? 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 My baby still, but very pretty. What? What else? What else? What else? What else? Did her brothers have babies? Wait till Giovanni had great babies at the Nindoro, Dito. So maybe because he's older than me, I planned to have babies before my terrifying situation, me getting raped and overlooked for days while he spent like many other beaches before himself. Pero they were possibly already brincando un trampolín before my birth, so I don't go on calling those. Also, I've been around that show respectful in more respectful. What else? What else? So I really don't go on insulting or comparing. Porque they're both older than me, so they probably already had baby drama or baby plans before my birth. So that is different. Then, or maybe it's That's not funny to even bring it up around people. Ew. Emily Cole's family is very victimized. So I have to like almost basically enseñarle a la gente that I grew up around scratches to start by not being scratches. There's a lot. Oh, let's check the boundary behind this box. I know you all thought about it. It's like, I get there. All these guys. It's not to me. It's here. Who else? Who else? Dashay girl. Rachel Macias. That Kimmy girl, ew, se lo dio al esposo. She said to me in 2020, I gave up my kids after your divorce. Aquí estoy yo lista para que me mates, pero ven qué pasa. What else? 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 What else I want my babies about? Who else? Angela Jobs' babies. Katie Miller's babies. Oh, I couldn't say that. Oh, I'm speech impaired, so after mobs. I'm like, what is it that these people were calling me? I bought those nude color phones at TJ Maxx that day, and but I also wore the hot pink dress that I didn't like wearing them with that hot pink dress. I thought that those shoes would go with anything I wore them with. A navy, royal blue dress. What else am I thinking? Oh, my kids always combine. And I tucked in my shirt that I don't have conversations like that with Gloria on your side. I'm not a chismosa, neither am I. Oh, it's what those leeches have in common sometimes. La mamá is like, ¿qué? ¿A quién viste en el supermercado? Oh, really? ¿Le van a quitar el marido? Yeah. What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I'm cooking plantains for myself and adding an avocado. Oh, por eso no se protesta de que se vieron precio. When my prima bought it, what was it, like $3.99, $3? I'm so relatively a penny. It was like for me, I didn't need the It's like, are you all trying to gain my trust like receipt? Ay, Gloria Lisa literalmente for people to feel it. And I received money and I'm like, as long as I didn't cry and people were respectful over it, I'm okay with receiving that money. What else? O si era vaca flaca, se me va a morir la negra si no hago esto. Se muere de hambre. Some people say like very unorthodox. But as long as you provide self-care for that baby will be okay. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Anyways, in the meantime, Ginny and Daddy start gauging how many more pastas do I have to cook for Andrew hasta que Arlene se mate, entonces se va a llevar a los sitios y decir que yo soy su esposo. Ew, eso sí está más oh. What else? What else you can decapitate Ginny and Daddy? ¿Sabes? Oh, now I will find more rape babies. Ew. Who else? Didn't Yadira Chaparro's sister have a baby? Her brother had a baby too. What? What else? What else? Who else? Who else? Arlene Lorenzo had a baby. So did Arlene Lorenzo have a rape baby. So the Maritza Muñoz had a rape babies or rape babies. What else? Why is that graph so prominent about my ovaries? People want to know. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Arlene Lorenzo said that possibly has babies with Andrew. Peppermint babies. Elizabeth Albert or Alex. They throw them in dumpsters. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who else had babies? La nena esa que el papá tiene un autocar en Aguada had babies. Simon Cortez has a rape baby. Simon Bonilla may have had a peplum baby. That's a rape baby. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And Marjani's got a baby. Hector Luis had a baby. Who else had a baby? What's his name? Who else? That girl that went to school with me that already had like a 14-year-old son in high school. I'm like, hey, baby. But maybe the timing isn't right. So I'm like, you're like iffy with the... What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, la otra. What's her name? Ew, también had a baby while in high school. Yesenia Gonzalez Acevedo has rape puppies, people say. Or maybe has a peplum baby somewhere. That's a rape baby. Yeah, I mean, it's Ruiz Acevedo's babies. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so Gladimaris, Ashley, Ricardo. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate me, so the sons are rape me, steal my money, but me, steal my money. So I can drink water, so I can eat, so I can eat. What else? Out of hundreds of people in my family of origin, I'm one of the few people that has reached adulthood, isn't a thief, isn't a murderer, isn't a rapist. So it's a murder teeth, praise the Lord on it. And it's chaos to like, ew, I don't like her, but she's like the only woman, so I'd like to try her out with her wouldn't waste her time. Because I don't like her, so she could be dating someone else, so she might as well be dead. It's my life story. What else? 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 Who else has big babies? What else? Jan and Kaimani are rape babies, so they're okay. If they have rape babies, so a girl may be like, at the throw up of like, what if he ends up being there? Possibly. Yeah. Pero he can't hold back. They're drinking money. What else? What else? What else? What else? Ruby Gonzalez, baby, you What else? Mario Ronaldo's daughters. What else? What else? What else? How old are Mr. Rand's babies? Right, babies? La Mayra Villanueva está. She has babies. What else? What else? What else? What else? Julia Alberdier has a rape baby. So does Mariana Dessa has rape babies. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal. If they are blue sky designs called because they went on those into my heart. So art shop INTAYIAFAY. I am tired shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene Lorenzo Acevedo. Who else? That Wendy Gasca girl. What else? Who else? That Tiffany Ann. Shannon Rivera has babies. What else? You can decapitate a me, so the sons that rape me, steal my money, nip it in the mouth. What else? How does that go? You can decapitate a me. That rape me, steal my money, and the way of your money. How am I supposed to gauge without a checkbook at the age of 3? Now that relationship was lost. Like I wanted to order food immediately. Was I at a hotel? I was waiting for the leech to leave my bedroom. So it could just be me. I didn't even know that they would show up so soon into my bedroom. The leech was on her way of leaving. She had asked for her parents to pick her up. What else? 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 It's all good. It's all good. In terms that I'll never talk to them ever again, because they've made it obvious that they don't want to have sex with me ever. And they're not second cousin material. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And then we are excited at the sight of Christmas. What else? Still like exhibition. What else? You can decapitate the Villadesma. That right me. And when we 19, 22. It's time to come in with them for my basket. Es que me da el culo. Llevo chinche. Y ya me robó mi dinero, se quedó en mi casa sin mi permiso. Maneja mi vehículo sin mi permiso. So, just starting to disclose. Okay. Jennifer Marie Vasquez in self-defense. He stole my money. Violó a mi crush en mi casa. Oh. Y MTV se creen that they can recreate it. Ew, se vieron lo estúpido que se ven. Anyways, I'm turning on the hotspot on my phone. What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Adrian Acevedo Cordero. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo. You can decapitate. You can decapitate so the one on to lose my virginity for me in my own home with how many cells that I love. Yeah. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo Chaparro. I love stating my feelings to the police. What else? What else? Those reaches. They're like, please don't say they're in love with them. You're not gonna look cool. But we're not trying to date them. They don't know what Tinder is. They don't know how to travel and meet people. They lack social skills, so they want to hold one back and say, yes, I love him. But it doesn't love me back, and he mistreated me. Or mistreats me. What else? 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 I'm sore. I'm hungry too. I'm tired. What else? What else? What else? Is this thing live? Excuse me, I just burped. Anyways, they're just gauging and they're like, wow, there was no man that showed up and said, but Arlene, I'm so much better. They're always gauging. They're like, how do men behave then? Let's start Arlene to find out, like, if she has any hookups. They will be like, baby, but I'm much better than him. Porque do they cry behind the scenes? They're gonna desmobile and they want manicomio instead of marriage. Look at our water thief, so they try to take one hostage. Ew, ew, ew. Ew. What else? 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 So hungry. What else? What else? What else? Who else has right babies? Who else has right babies? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who else has babies? Finales has babies. Oh, Grisa Lablana has 4. What else? She specifically asked that I cook arroz con gandules for her baby. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm making my hair. What else? Oh, I'm very good at telling people like this might happen to me, so that people are like so ashamed in their bedrooms. Oh, they want to make it seem that I was with them when I wasn't. Para darse ojos que nos merecen. There's an language for that. So I warned people decades ago for if that happened to me. And also I exhibit the character of a rape victim that does not want que la choque bebé que ella didn't conceive. What else? 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 This aguacate may be too greenish. Oh. What else? What else? What else? Patricia Mercado has 3 babies. One of them knows how to say hello. What else? What else? What else? Anyways, si andar listo, eso sabes, ganar premio, enterarse de todo, ya. It's what people mock for. It's like, girl, tú te das más importancia que tiene, you will never get you as confident. You're just a bitch. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So, ella dijo, esto se habla en privado. Call me. Que se habla en privado, se habla con la policía y como no tengo dinero para comida, this is as private as I can get the police through social media. Ew, ella era una terrorista, una asquerosidad. Utilizando las redes sociales una basura, una... Ew. Might as well tener una prensa culo 24/7. Con lo basura que tienen las redes sociales. Ew. What else? I posted it all on social media so I can mirar el video también. Trying to censor me. What else? Did she show up numerous times and I'm going Gloria's home? Trying to steal my inheritance? Haciéndose la interesada en saber cómo yo estoy, maybe on page, a ver how close I am, should we use an alias con esos I could have added more to my claims. What else? My way now, I think that word is. That's code for yo no me meto en la vida de nadie. When us women say dónde es la parada típica. Que ni tan típica. Porque yo no recuerdo. Y no tengo a quién preguntar. Google Maps. ¿Dónde la parada típica? What else? What else? You can do company by Hamlin's Juarez or it's a sons that have raped me, steal my money, and get in the way of what you're saying money for the what else? This is so good. My entertainment. I'm bored. I spoke to Kaylani earlier. So lovely. I was so smitten at the thought of wheat yogurt in the raspberry. I don't know. What else? There's cheese and tomatoes under this plantain. What else? I'm so bored. Lisandra se ve de las primas, babies. Most later. If they were born right before or after my ovaries started working. What else? Zion, all right, baby. A veces la vende toda con Zion tocando. Ay, group chat te estoy diciendo, pero ¿cuánta madre necesita esa nena? What else? La hermana de Carmen Crepos. Oye, es que canta la voz que dice en Wishing. Is this thing wrong? What else? What else? Hijo de Brenda Cagón. Me Frost babies. Unless they were discussed prior to my birth, because some people are older than me. Evie Lorenzo's babies. Unless they were discussed prior to my birth. What else? My babies. Oh, I'm there. Wow. That is what a lot of people used to sing decades ago. De aquella misma melodía. Look at my ovaries were ready when I was 10. Or I didn't have any peace. I love when they give me like myself like as a teen at least. What else? You know, I got to be what I made up for. I signed up for college because I didn't. Oh, he was in class because Lorena was trying to starve me. In my parents' home, I went on to write letters to Edgar. That other leech was there taking a class with him for fun. He stole my money to date me. But he may have just been there for fun. Do you know how many pussy and dick he can rape while I'm in college starving and I don't have money for food? I can't remember their names. They're just, yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? This is so good. My current situation. Anyways, I want Jennifer Marie Vasquez to kill herself today. What else? What else? Who else has great babies? Oh, Marisolitito. Another said here. There's behind the scenes, I love las cosas, planeta. Pero I've met them, they're so polite. Oh, they're much older than me, so yeah. Those babies may have been playing. What else? 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 They were so polite to Jaden that year that I lived in Puerto Rico. What else? 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 Who else has a Ray baby? Brenda Vargas has a Ray baby. Or two. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Mm-hmm. Where was I? Looking towards the bookmark feature isn't working. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
As sexy was exactly how she felt. Over time, I started to
Sons and
interject
Stanley
some new
and
things,
what is
helping
that?
to elevate her aesthetic.
What's his name?
But it was
Dustin.
always about making sure she felt powerful in every single look. Making sure that we never lost her, no matter how elevated the look turned out to be. W Magazine and others said Mary stole the night at the 2018 Met Gala when we worked with Versace.
What?
The theme was
So bored.
Heavenly Bodies.
Sarah
Dr.
Clemens.
Teller made her an amazing draped blue gown with gold
He's
applique
older than her.
embroidered over the bodice and a high
So
slit
maybe
that
they're not Ray
perfectly
babies,
showed
or
her
she
figure.
married older than her, so that I don't call them Ray
Complemented
babies.
the look with the MJB trademark, matching over the knee boots. It's so Mary J. Blige in a gown. Mary told Vogue about the look. Boots. So this could have never gone wrong. This was perfect. For me, it was the perfect blend of the two Marys, the music icon and the actress. It was one of a couple of stunning looks from that press tour. She wore an amazing off-the-shoulder custom cranberry Vera Wang gown to perform at the Oscars. And all of those looks were unmistakably Mary. Showing up as you are in every space tells the world something. It's information to yourself of that who you are deserves to be
As
in all
Jeffrey
of
had
those
kids.
spaces as well. Of course, there are certain levels to it. A glamorous version of your signature look for a gala might be different than the version of you running to the
What else? What else?
corner
What else?
store.
What else? What else? What
But
else?
the essence of you should always be there. You will be more at home in any space if you feel cause you to feel stuck. The same is true after success. When you've accomplished something significant and reached a new level of performance in any area of your life, you may find yourself faced with fear yet again. Success can be as crippling as failure. The stakes are higher, and you're likely to be more visible and have more pressure on you. Often you'll wonder what's next. Now that you've accomplished what you set out to do and feel paralyzed about the come down from the top, fear too often prevents people from even trying. And this is something that just about anyone can experience. Megan Thee Stallion is one of the most incredible rappers out there and happens to be a truly gorgeous woman on top of it. We first met in 2019 while filming a reality TV show together. More on that once in a lifetime experience in the next chapter. We instantly connected and spent time together, showing up at the same events and staying in touch. When she finally called me to work together in March 2022, it wasn't a "what took you so long," but more of a "now is the perfect time." Although I had been wanting to get my hands on her for a while. We did a bit of everything together. Performances, magazine covers, red carpets, we did it all. But then she took a step back from the public spotlight for about 6 months in light of some personal issues that became front page news. When she was ready to come back, she called me to help shape her reintroduction to the world. The moment was the 2023 Vanity Fair Oscar party. Megan had lost some weight and had this new update on her already breathtaking figure to show off. She was feeling really good about herself and where she was in her life, and she wanted to make sure people knew it. I was excited to see Meg again as I went to fit her for the event. It had been a few months since we seen each other. When I walked in, she was in workout clothes with no makeup and wearing her natural hair. Normally, she's in full glam, wigs, full makeup. Got the whole thing. It's standard for female rappers today. The longest, most luxurious wigs and glam done to perfection have been the norm. When I saw her with no makeup and natural hair, I was mesmerized by her beauty, and a light bulb went off. "You're glowing. You look beautiful," I told her. And with a wink, I suggested,
Is American Rape, baby?
"You've never been on a carpet like this. Sure fans."
What else? What else?
I have seen it on social media, but never with the full glam. Of a red carpet moment. She quickly
Good.
shot me
It's
down.
so good. To 2 cups of water.
We went back and forth,
I
but I
had a
didn't push
contain
her.
It's
It
long
ended up
show.
being, it had to be.
Simmered up for
But I
30
knew
minutes. I added tomatoes.
she could pull it off. The dress we chose was dramatic.
I cooked tomatoes.
She wore a custom Bachman strapless mermaid gown with a corseted bust. It was fitted and hugged her curves. The jewelry was classic and glamorous, including a diamond choker necklace and diamond chandelier earrings. The next day, I texted her to tell her I had a dream about her wearing natural hair. How it happens sometimes. I dream about someone or a big decision or moment, like a vision. I feel such a visceral, soulful calling towards a certain look, a dress, a moment, or a decision in my life that in some cases I can't help. It's definitely not a mandate my clients are forced to follow. Think of it more as a gentle wink. Thankfully, Meg trusted me. She felt my
I'm so
sincere love for her and my heartfelt desire to create a moment on the red carpet that would be absolutely magical. She agreed to wear her natural hair. The day of the event, though, she had second thoughts. She texted me, "Law, I don't know about this hairstyle. What do you think about this other hairstyle?" Her fear was that the dress was too polished to have her hair out. She thought the freeness of her hair would clash.
heifer. He wants to. Él sabe qué hacer como él sabe. I don't even know what that means. What you want is like this.
To be back out on the scene in general was making it work. It was clear to me that she just needed a little
Trying to think. Is there some Reddit section on Tinder? Hold on, they don't know themselves.
reassurance. Stepping on the red carpet with your natural hair as a woman.
Deep track of where their mother's vagina is at all times. Or one's
That's
mother's
not
vagina at all
feel a
times.
little vulnerable. But Meg was
Gets
stunning.
stressed if he doesn't know too possibly. Yeah.
Her authentic self in this moment was going to make the biggest statement of all. I told her, there's no other hairstyle. I've seen it.
Alice Bedroom has
Please, baby, just trust me. I decided I need to go to her.
What else?
So I arrived at her hotel suite where she was getting ready. I walked into her room, kissed her on the
Oh, yeah,
cheek,
origins are
looked at
so
her in the
cheap
mirror.
and thieves.
Her hair was
They
gorgeous,
traffic me to a
curled,
roach infested
free and
place.
flowing past her shoulders. She slipped on the dress, and I could tell she was feeling it.
Oh, they think that this is my first place that I picked to live in.
And I reflected.
Let's just pretend that she's never had a home. So she had a home with roaches. So that's what she had in her mother's home. Ew. Ew. Yeah, that's
Off her face, leaning into the drama of her new look. The movement and the whole the jewelry, the glam, it all came together.
One divorces and one is pleaded and turned down.
Thank you for pushing me out of my
Emociones.
comfort zone. And I thanked her for trusting me.
Creyendo que era un barrier and all that. Ew. What else? Managers so past due. So this connection notices that I have yet to add it to my GoFundMe campaign. I should be killing Jennifer Bonita. In self-defense, I can't post on Facebook
We have never happened
until April 3rd. Yeah, Matías has Rachel Sutter's had a miscarriage.
Wasn't
Esa nena
confident enough to
llora
drown out her
todavía.
own apprehension
That she won't have babies.
and negative thoughts. I was there to help her, but
Oh, that's why I add them. Because I remember for something else besides possibly being leeches, that they may be victims themselves. Possibly, I'm not trying to add together.
ultimately, it all fell on her.
That they may feel as victims of genocide.
No one else would have made that happen.
I miss dating Miss Kimani.
The consensus was that she never looked better.
So bored.
Papa's Bazaar called it a grand return.
I
W
already
described
listened to this.
it as regal. Vogue trumpeted it as glorious. She was back. It's important to remember that fear
Interesting.
will not kill you.
So for real, that's a real person, a fake profile?
Dim your light.
Didn't he show me decades ago that picture and saying, don't I look mean?
You'll leave whole parts of yourself unexplored for
What else? What else? What else? Que tan aburrida. Él se cree que that was a memory for me to reminisce on. Oh.
all gonna make mistakes. I've seen
Like him trying to make me with Janice Vega. There's something like, ay, tan lindo que él era. Oh. Yo no quiero ese tipo near me. What else? What else? After he calls for or did I have a nightmare?
when I walked the red carpet at the Met Gala in a silhouette that was mostly
Gloria, estás loca. Lo que él le pido a ella, deja que nace conmigo, excepto que me. Ew. Ew, gente tan puerca.
but with
Que
hair
gente
that
tan
was
puerca. I don't ever want them near me. What else? 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 You can take off the Veronis Venegas. You can take off the Venegas. You can take off the Veronis Venegas. You can take off the Veronis. Que él mata porque María le enseña lingerie.
things differently if I had more to focus on myself. Probably, but I don't mind seeing the images. I don't necessarily regret them.
You can take off the María Luisa Rosa. Saludos de brother, saludos de primo.
I felt cool. Instead of worrying,
What else? 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 Ew, que gente tan puerca, fo.
I went on a feeling blessed to be there.
What else? What else? What else? Oh, I took a lovely note earlier.
Those
That was
wins
so good.
I acknowledge
What else?
that it's not all good, but I know I would learn from every experience.
What else? You can decapitate me. I mean, sort of nonsense. That rape me is the only money you can be.
I'm willing to take risks.
El mata.
Resilience
Ew, por fe me imagina que puerco. Like he has no chance of it.
building on those misses and trying again and again
What else? What else?
and
What
again.
else?
Success go hand in hand.
Ew. My
Any
siblings
moment
take
when I
advantage
feel
of them.
that I might not have hit the mark perfectly, I don't put much energy into it because I always know there will be another moment. I know that I am more than one instance. You are too. It's not about the first miss or the messy second try. It's about the fourth, the fifth, or the 100th time that you go for it and prove to yourself that you can do it. It doesn't matter if it hurts or if it looks ugly. It matters that you get up and go back and try again. Resilience is built through action. A resilient person views pressure as privilege, setbacks as temporary, and obstacles as opportunity.
Anyways, congratulations.
And believe me, you'll never regret saying yes to yourself one more time. There's a lot of noise out there telling women how to be. Lean in, lean out.
5 years old.
Be feminine, be strong. Become a girl boss or a boss.
I plan to throw the planet and meet people ideally polyamorous men.
But also be kind, gentle, and take care of yourself.
Baby.
Meditate, journal, and buy this lipstick.
No, Nelia Vargas has kids.
It's enough to make your head spin. In the age of constant connection and never-ending demands on our time and energy, the world expects us to be superhumans who can conquer the world and handle it even when the going gets tough. Don't listen to experts and these so-called rules.
Anyways,
Remember, you create the rules of what works for you.
Ya llegó. Yo pensaba que iba a estar de babysitter y rodeada de todos los nenes. Diciendo yo soy buena persona, yo lo cuido como si para ser buena persona tuviera que rodearse con los hijos de él. Desde
Moved around a lot growing up, meaning there were a lot of first days of school in front of new classes. I came to dread them. Kids could be mean, and growing up with a name like Law Roach doesn't make it easier. I came to hate my name in those early years because it made me stand out in ways I did not like. Some of the other students would come up with derogatory nicknames for me, but with time that began to change. That distinctive, unique quality became a double-edged sword in that my name was truly unforgettable.
Because Cecilia was born before.
It's the center of my brand now. It's something I would never.
It's what they say, where's my money then so I can date? Where's my BMW?
The tricky thing
Where's
about
my
confidence
LV
is just
travel bag? My speedy bag? My Chanel bag?
because you're confident doesn't mean fear does not exist.
My
There might
t-shirt?
always be that little voice of fear in your head. The point is to give it no power,
My
to let
art
it go as it
supplies,
does
my
not assert you.
books,
You want to make the
my
voice of confidence
couch.
overpower that fear
Listen to
and allow you to accomplish things that fear made you think were unimaginable. Once you learn how to navigate it when it rears its ugly head, then you will truly be unstoppable and able to overcome anything that stands in the way of your pursuit of success. Here's the ultimate guide on how to let go of that fear of failure
Or just
or change or transformation or whatever is holding you back.
I've drank already.
It's been a good reminder time and time that fear does not hold power over me. Acknowledge your fear.
What else? Where's my cash
First, let's
from
call
those
out
paintings
that
that he
fear.
sold?
Give it a name and
Well,
tell it
he and I
to fuck
painted.
off. Be honest with yourself about
Where's my custom gear?
what you're
It
afraid
has
of
the
and why.
order. It has
Acknowledging
the
is the first step
wear.
to taking control. Understand your fear.
What else? 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 What else?
Try to understand the source of your fear. Is it based on past experiences, irrational beliefs, or external pressures?
Who's gifting me money for me
Understanding
to
the
pay
root
my
cause can
electricity
help
bill
you
today?
confront it.
It's so
Repeat.
hard, isn't it?
Positive affirmations. Swap those negative thoughts
I've
for
heard.
positive affirmation. When fear whispers, you can do it. Shout back, I can, I will.
What else? They said that I could waitress. They want the
Community
fantasy.
support.
The fantasy of like, girl, go work because you don't let me
Your
rape
friends,
you. So go
family, or
work.
an online community.
Or steal your
Sharing your fears
man
can be liberating.
and saliva all over his penis. Or kiss semen and steal your money. go work.
My clients like Megan can call or text me at a moment's
They
notice
showed up
when they need some
to speak on
support.
that. That
If you're a
Rodriguez
person or
has
a group of people you can lean on
that Shaila Torres
in
has
times of hardship,
Cristina Lopez Caso has
knowledge is power. The more you know about what you fear, the more you
what
can
else,
handle.
Shaila?
Dig deep and
What is her
empower
last
yourself
name?
with information. Stay present. Fear
Literally, I may
often
have been
lives in the
present when she got
future
raped.
because the future is the only thing that's truly unknowable. Enjoy
What
what you feel right now. Bask in that experience. Stop considering what someone may think or say about you later. Stay in the now because you've got this moment locked down. Challenge yourself. Push those boundaries. The more you challenge fear, the weaker it becomes. Even though I have some tried and true hairstyles that I know will work for me, I'm always experimenting with something new. Every time I do, I feel a bit freer to try something
Son
else.
gemelas o no son gemelas.
Be kind to yourself. It's
Yo
okay
sé.
to be afraid. Be kind to yourself because you're your own biggest cheerleader.
What else?
Keep pushing, keep fighting, and never back down. You are a warrior, and there is no match for your determination. Realize failure is a matter of perspective. I often say that what seems like failure is the universe's protection or direction. If something doesn't go as you thought, you not only get a better handle on what you should be doing, but maybe you'll learn something about yourself or those around you in the process. Every single step is an opportunity for growth.
You can give me money in person to the PayPal.
Overly preoccupied or avoiding criticism, we may hold ourselves back from taking risks, expressing our true selves, and
You
pursuing
can
our goals.
decapitate my hobbies, daughters, and
This
sons.
fear of judgment
Then rape
can
me,
create
steal my
self-doubt,
money, and the way of
and a
me receiving
reluctance
money.
to step outside of our comfort zones. When I first moved to Los
They
Angeles,
terrorized
I will
Lorena
admit I had some
little
fears.
decades ago
I
to
was moving
starve
to a new
me.
place where I didn't really know a whole lot of
Still
people.
trying to rape me.
I was trying to break into an industry where I didn't have
Still
many
terrorizing my
connections.
parents were
If I
scared
didn't
to
feel
go.
different in those early days, I certainly looked it. The other stylists at the time were mostly white and mostly women. So I tried to change myself to fit in. I never doubted my own talent, but I had a fear that other people wouldn't accept me enough to see my skills. It might sound silly now, but I changed the way I tried to adopt a sort of
Did he already
valley
get
girl
the
way of
secretary job at
speaking.
War Heels?
I thought that if I sounded like everyone else, maybe it would fit in. Maybe I would be accepted, and that then I could show everybody what I was capable of. It was exhausting. Trying to police who you are is a full-time job, and it just wasn't for me. But I quickly found that it was in the moments where my unique, authentic personality came out that I made real connections. The experience that solidified that notion came with Celine Dion.
Most of my days in this.
Respect that I saw her treat everyone else with. In fact, I saw her go further.
The name of
In one of our first photo shoots, there was a moment when I wasn't being heard by the rest of the creative team as I gave feedback on the collection. They wanted to do something I just knew would not work. It was frustrating. And I felt like I was being ignored by everyone. But I wasn't.
Is his mother Latina? How can she be Latina? She was eating plantains and sandwichitos de mezcla.
If anybody ever
At a party where I was, possibly.
Superstar see me as special and incredible was validating, especially
Didn't she buy him a seven? Was he mad? He wanted to be truly Latino, raised in Colombia with guarapo de caña que en Puerto Rico existía.
So I cast aside that fear and leaned into
And for a while, he called me guarapo de caña.
Getting over my initial fear not only brought me less stress,
And
but also led to the success I have today.
That was on the
You
past.
might
I
not
wish
have
them
a
well.
Celine speaking to you face to face, but I want to tell you,
What
you are
else I
special.
wrote is Julie
Each one of us
Jones.
is. You deserve to live in that specialness.
I'm
to
like, why are
explore
you
it and show it
asking
to
me? I
the
don't even
world.
like you.
And for most of us,
You rejected
the
me. You
biggest
think that I'm gonna be
obstacles hindering us
feeling
is
happy
fear.
about what you play at
Are you going
Juilliard?
to continue to let it
Please
stop?
stop talking to me.
I want to tell you, you
Wrong
are
person to
special.
ask about
Each one of us
Juilliard.
is. Stop.
What
When you let
else?
go
What
of the
else? What
comparison
else?
game, you'll realize that everyone else has their own
They
identity.
get raped
So there's no point in
and they
comparing.
support rape culture.
You will start to celebrate what
Juilliard
makes
should
you
have been a
different
great
rather than
experience for
strive
him,
to
or
fit
was
in.
the great
You will
experience for
learn
him.
that good style is a
Good
myth,
for him.
and that the only thing that truly exists is personal style. And remember, you
What
can't
else?
please
What else?
everyone.
What else? I want my
Instead of worrying about
miyata.
what other people think, focus on what you have to say.
What
Constantly
else? What
comparing
else? What
oneself
else?
to
What
others,
else? What else? What
especially on
else? What else?
social
What else?
media,
What else?
can lead to feelings of
I want
inadequacy
my
or
miyata back.
inferiority. The pressure to meet these false standards
What
set by
did he
others
go
can be
on to buy a
overwhelming,
vehicle
causing unnecessary
with the
stress.
sales artwork
Embracing
that
your
he and I
individuality and
painted,
unique
and he
qualities
gave
is
me
truly
no
the best
money?
antidote for comparison. You're already on your own path, doing your own thing. Focus on your own goals and self-discovery so that there's
Bueno,
no
no se
time
fue
to
por un
worry about what
barranco.
anyone else is doing. For me,
El miyata
because of my own
ese.
gateway into fashion, it could have been easy to compare myself to every other stylist.
What
could have
else? What
While
else?
I haven't connected with major fashion houses,
Apparently, he
I
enjoyed
could have
getting raped.
complained about people telling me no because I represented a lot of black girls or women who weren't sample size. But
I'm
instead,
so
I embraced it all and
bored.
used it to push my success. Vintage. If it was a show-stopping look, who cared who the designer was? And better yet, it was all an opportunity to share our platform with a community of creatives to help boost their business.
Is the title of my book, my photo album, mi
Going back to
calendario.
my vintage roots. I say this as humbly as possible,
What
but
else?
no working stylist was
What
putting vintage
else? What
brothers
else?
on the
What
red
else?
carpet
What
like I
else?
was. No one.
What
I've been
else?
putting my clients in vintage since the very beginning of my career. And a lot of it out of my own personal archive. In an
What
industry that's
else?
constantly talking about how to be more sustainable, this seemed to me to be the ultimate in sustainability. In 2022, I did some work with the global supermodel, Bella Hadid. I think she actually came to me because she saw my talents pulling from archives. Most of what I put her in that year was vintage, a 1959 dress by Yves Saint Laurent for Christian Dior, a black gown from Gianni Versace's spring 1987 collection, a gorgeous slinky gown from Donatella's fall
Where was
2001
I?
Versace collection,
In 1987.
as well as a fun black and white fall 1986 Chanel collection. While it's more common to see young designers or vintage looks on the red carpet these days, I started doing it because those were my own personal
I can
skills.
gamble
This
there
is what
one
made
day.
me an individual and unique from other stylists at the time.
Someone that doesn't ask for
Different faces for
permission.
everyone. Your
I'm like, yeah, because I know
experiences
this is so
and
much
challenges are distinct from those of your peers.
for it, but
While
even
some
I
might seem to have it all together or be on a different
then I'm
path,
looking at
you
this
just
and
never
I'm like,
know the
I can do it.
circumstance of their life. The accomplishments you
Still
achieve in
being
your
a
20s
casino.
do not necessarily determine your future success or happiness. People often reach significant milestones at different times in their lives.
What?
Comparing your progress to others
No,
can
she's like,
create not
what's
only
wrong?
unnecessary pressure and impatience, but stifle personal growth,
What?
harm emotional well-being, and hinder the pursuit of one's authentic self. Embracing the
What?
uniqueness of your journey, understanding the unpredictable nature of timelines, and fostering
That book?
relationships with compelling reasons to any moment can be a period of self-discovery,
It's called
growth,
a
and fulfillment.
week.
Take a step back, focus on your individual path,
I
and
spoke
appreciate
to
the
the
beauty
people
of
on here
your
earlier.
unique journey
Jaden didn't
without
answer.
constantly measuring it against others. Trust me, it's worth it.
Is
Energy and intention. Every day you will be battered with distractions, especially with the internet and social media. There's a lot of noise out there. It's important to keep your purpose front and center at all times. You'll need it. There will be moments, big and small, when you have choices to make, and you owe it to yourself to give those choices the attention they need. While I thrive on multitasking, when I'm with a client, I try to center all my energy and attention around them. As I begin to step in front of the cameras from behind the clothing racks, that became more complicated. When I was escorting Celine to an event, there was a group of girls yelling for our attention. The assumption was universal. They were there for the global star we had all grew up with. But it became clear to us that they weren't. They had seen me on ANTM and wanted a photo with me. I was confused, to be honest. I told them I would take Celine inside to an event and then but it was something I had thought about for a while after, trying to figure out how to balance both sides of my work. This was the real birth of my Sasha Fierce wig. My thought process was that when crowds saw me in the long, bone straight hair, they would know that I was the star. They would come up to me and take pictures and introduce themselves. But if I had any hairstyle, I was meant to blend into the background, not to be noticed. This was by my design. It didn't work as intended, as the public didn't pick up on the hint. I do think it worked for my mental state and energy to compartmentalize in this way. It helped me helped in the early days.
So he picked
Intentionality empowers effective decision making. When individuals are aware of their goals and values, they can make choices that are in alignment with their overarching objectives. Whether it is a choice in the workplace,
he's never made a wrong turn.
Or education, intentionality guides us
His
towards
GPS, he has one
that
with
are
money
most
that I
beneficial
gifted
for us,
him.
reducing the likelihood of regrets or missteps. Knowing the why behind our efforts can bolster resilience during challenging
Never
times.
sends him
When you
somewhere
face obstacles or setbacks,
that he shouldn't
your
be at.
clear intentions can help you stay
He
motivated
doesn't
and focused
exist in my head. I
as you
love
overcome
that.
them. When we get busy, distracted, frustrated, or overwhelmed, we rarely pause to reorient ourselves. But you need to reflect, to check in with yourself to make sure wherever you're heading is taking you to where and who you want to be. Start by considering these questions. What am I chasing and why? With all of this demand on me day in and day out, what is being
And the reason why I
compromised?
started showering
Am
up
I
better
okay with that?
and wanting to live good for him,
Do
go
my
on and
values
live.
align with where I put my energy? Or the bigger questions like, what do I want my legacy to be?
What else?
You can be intentional in all areas of your life. That may look like prioritizing one activity or goal above the others. When you concentrate on one task, you can allocate your mental resources more effectively, maintain a higher level of concentration, and complete that task
to
more
open the door of
efficiently.
this apartment.
It can also build
Picture along with my eviction notice.
ultimately. That was the lesson Godmother Eunice was trying to teach me when she asked me while I was still living in Chicago. If it was my intention to be a top Hollywood stylist, would I be able to do that where I was? I've trusted in myself to take that attention and see it through all the way. If you feel stuck, Ask yourself, what are your intentions?
I think it's pretty.
Are
I think I
your
heard it
actions aligning with them?
in
If
one
not,
of my homes.
this might be the time to make a big move.
What
You can't let
else?
anyone
What else?
tell
What else?
you what your best is. You know what your best is. Beyonce on Piers Morgan Live.
More as all the of my home because literally that penis is exhibited
Chapter 5.
everywhere.
Always stay inspired. When I first moved to New York City years ago, this is when everyone referred to Bushwick as Bushwick and not East Williamsburg.
What else?
I met my friend Nick. At the time, we were two young gay black boys living in New York City and obsessed with all things fashion, beauty, and glamour. We both ended up working in fashion. He now works at a luxury brand. But back then, it was clear to me that Nick knew at least a little bit more than I did. So whenever I would go over to his house, I would find myself asking questions. Nick was one of those people who would tear pages out of magazines, buy posters and more to tack to his walls. This was before social media like we know it today, but he surrounded himself with these images of black glamour and black beauty. He was obsessed with it. Photographs of the legendary model Naomi Sims were right beside images of the actress Jane Kennedy. All the greats. Some I had never heard of were there. So I would ask who these women were, and when I got home, I would look them up. I did the same thing when I was
being in
home
my
watching the
bedroom
news or
feeling
old movies with my
powerless
grandfather.
every day was
Who
my
was this
electricity
woman or
already.
that woman? And then I would figure out a way to read their
I
stories.
wasn't he thought
I
that I was
still
like,
do this today, you know. I'm consistently watching movies and old documentaries. Mahogany with Diana Ross
ellos
is
se
one of my favorites.
creen que yo me la pasé todos los días en my parents' home.
On the way to my next appointment.
Thinking like, who is it with me? I'm like, coño,
Education
I have
from so
so
many
much
sources at the touch of
to
our
do
fingers.
for my
And if you
parents.
pay attention to my work, you'll see evidence of these inspirations everywhere. Doing it all
And I
homage to
have
an old movie or
nothing,
even
no
find
money,
an actual piece of history and
no
put it on a client
energy.
or myself to revitalize it. It was something amazing to put into practice in a major way back in 2019.
What else?
I was blessed enough to be asked by Zendaya to serve as her creative
Is
director
this
for a set of collections she did with Tommy Hilfiger that year. For the project, we decided to do two major shows, one in Harlem and one in Paris. The first show was inspired by 1973 Battle of Versailles, an historic fashion show that
when they
many
say it
earned
like
American
that.
designers respect on the international stage.
Enough.
The Battle was a fundraiser intended to raise money for the restoration of the Palace of Versailles. The show put U.S.-based brands like Oscar de la Renta and Halston.
Is it where people leaving more tips thanks to my show? O para que no se maten. O para que me devuelva mi dinero.
Amazing runway performances of the mostly black models they had cast.
What else? What else? I don't ever want to see them. They were so pretty, so scared.
And demand for
They're
casting
so
Black American
pretty.
models spiked afterward.
They're
For our
so
Paris shows,
pretty.
Zendaya and I decided to honor their contributions.
What else?
Going backstage at that show was really like watching my inspiration feed come to life. Every model in the show was black. And more than that, we didn't just cast current expected names like Jordan Dunn
I
and
did
Willie
not
Harlow.
remember they exist.
We went back to the OG models. Pat Cleveland, who walked in the original show, was there.
Is the
As
jail
was
over
Bugsy
his
Johnson,
hate for
Beverly Pearl,
when I don't even
Deborah Shaw,
know.
Christelle St. Louis Augustine, and Brandy Quinnis. These were women who not only inspired Zendaya and me, but paved the way to make it even possible to do what we do. I kept getting chills throughout the process from being in the same space with so many of these inspirational women. To not only have the opportunity to be in the room with all of them and ask questions I've always been curious about, but also help educate the next generation about our history gave me goosebumps. That is really the point of the work that I do.
I like this please.
Along the way. This process of finding inspiration in history
What else?
and those that came before us made us more confident in who we were
Anyways,
and what we
did
were
he
doing.
get the
which
girl?
ultimately
Jennifer Marie Vasquez because it was trash phone. Give me back my car, bitch. Give me back my home.
inspiration
Give me back my money.
to creative energy and mood high. It can turn an everyday outfit into a
What
conversation
else?
because
What
it
else?
sparks
What else?
inspiration from your
What
favorite star.
else?
Or it can turn a fashion
Oh,
show
I'm a
into
vegetarian.
self-improvement
I'm
for the world. How to be legendary.
and I
One
am
of the craziest
vegetarian.
experiences of my
Pero
life
one that
was sitting in the judge's chair on the HBO competition show.
not just for yourself, for you, mankind. So
It's a show that celebrates ballroom culture, a movement led by queer and trans creators of color, known for its unique blend of dance, fashion, and self-expression. It's had a massive impact on pop culture. A lot of
And then they're like, oh my god, but
houses each
or I was
season
just right. They're not to be a puta.
in different categories of ballroom, like face,
When
performance,
do I kill them? Do I get to kill them themselves with the
goal
needle?
was to impress the judges,
That's my first
which
nurse
included my
job.
girl Megan, Jamila Jamil,
Do I put
Naomi
the
Magnato, Kiki
needle
Palmer,
in his
myself at
arm
different points throughout the 3 seasons,
to kill his
and win the title
self-defense?
of Legendary House.
Wow, what a terrible childhood I
I've had
had.
so many friends who
Wow,
have
I
been a
could have
part of
been
ballroom
dying in one, literally.
I've always supported them and
With a
attended balls,
bottle.
though I never had the courage to walk in category.
Almost.
But I enjoy
Ew.
artistry and the family-like
Ew.
camaraderie
Ew.
in the city.
Ew. Ew.
I often
The
tell this story
high
about
already
going to the ball in the early 2000s.
Prior
I
to
was
my
already interested in
birth,
fashion at the time, but that
and
night
these
blew my mind.
bitches got in the way
Ballroom
of
has many
my
categories that
life.
people compete in, but some of my favorite are obviously the fashion categories. There are categories for streetwear or accessories, and also high fashion garments. The point of it all is to pull off the most sickening look with exclusive pieces.
Am I ready?
Drop.
Tiny.
I remember seeing Thaddeus in the
This
House
is
of
my
Reservoir.
To add this onto a wall.
He was wearing
Él se cree que with this eviction yo me mato.
heels and panties.
This eviction is Mario Kart over?
With the metallic GG on.
No fucking
It
way.
was blown. I thought he was so beautiful in a way that I didn't know men were allowed to.
Like for real, they don't know that in 3 years I plan to visit Colombia. El Bosque de la Palma y de bono there, tomar café, stay at a hotel if it's
I really
open.
hadn't ever seen a man dressed like this and be
Where else am I heading to? In June, I want to head over to South Carolina. There's a concert there I want to watch. I want to get this for my birthday this year. I want to visit Jada and Kehlani in Tampa. Next year, I want to shop at International Plaza on Bay Street. Next week.
What I witnessed that night helped shape the person I am today.
What else? What else? What else? What
The
else? What
confidence
else? What else?
Thaddeus had is truly the heart of ballroom.
What else? He truly means that he has no feelings for me. Or if the next guy wants to fund me.
Walk a ballroom floor. Nerve is just confidence.
My siblings throw a campaign that they're next into my vagina. No, seriously,
In front of all your peers.
please do go ahead and fund her.
To be here, but I'm better than these other people.
And my siblings galdeando en el vagina de un
Back of the
asco.
runway of a ballroom.
Ew.
Another category I love is face, which is really the living embodiment of confidence. Sure, on the
I want
surface,
Kanye.
face is about bone structure, perfect
From
skin,
Puerto
and
Rico.
flawless teeth.
I miss
But
those
when
days.
competitors hit the floor, it's about selling it. It's about
My
losing all
daughter
the self-confidence you have displayed
like
outwardly in a way that can bring a whole room to its feet without a word. That sellage, that's the power of true charisma. Some
Well,
people
do
call
those
it
speeches
emotion,
that I grew up around say to
but
people.
it's like you can feel the
We
confidence pouring out of you.
O te diga así con mi caña.
Just standing there and unmovable.
What else? That's why they treat them with my money. They're so dumb. They're like, oh, they suffer from low self-esteem. They suffer from, they want to kill you and you don't want to live. So like, you let yourself get raped and rape people, then you call that a marriage. You're a joke of a person. You don't even know what a marriage is.
Every single person will be flawless, but they hold on to one thing that takes them over. Consumption throughout the competition.
What else? Please don't make me cry. I didn't cry
That is the type of
when
confidence
I
that
was
defies
forced.
all odds.
Y que with David Ledesma. I spent my entire time there. I'm not married to this piece of shit.
She was already signed on as a judge, and I credit her creative vision with bringing together
What else?
Strauss using my platform to expose people
Not
to
even.
the incredible qualities of the ballroom community that I had cherished for so long.
I wasn't planning
I
on
think that
giving it.
ballroom is one of the last
New
cultures to
package,
really
like
get its
literally
moment
a
in the spotlight.
toy.
It's the epitome of the kind of storytelling, boldness,
Like
innovation,
just a
and
hookup,
risk-taking
one
that
night
inspires
stand,
me
whatever.
to
That's
ride
what your
on.
penis feels like.
Beach ball has
Or
its
your
limits,
lips. Okay,
and
whatever.
competitors work with their houses to make their visions come to life.
Yeah, y me
Their
retiré.
chosen siblings and parents function as stylists, creative directors,
What
and
else?
choreographers to pull off these truly
What
inspiring
else?
moments. I craft
Ay,
their
no, porque
persona for the
lloraste de que
show.
todos
Though
los
I had already
tipos
done
no están
America's Next
disponibles.
Top Model, Legendary was
What
different.
else?
It required me to push the envelope even further.
So,
Since ballroom is a land of exaggeration and fantasy,
is it?
I put that into the character I created. I wanted to push it to the point of almost delusional confidence. I used some of who I am and amped it up even more. I've always been known as the one who is quick-witted and super honest,
Oh, that
even if sometimes that came off as mean.
stitch.
Simon Cowell was my inspiration in some ways. Love him or hate him, you're still talking about him. And as for my looks, I pushed the envelope there as well.
What else? If people are
A
watching
central
when
part
it's
of
like
ballroom
this
is the
post.
power of taking risk and putting yourself out there. For 3 seasons and countless hours, I saw incredible people commit to their performances, to their teammates, and to their bold, over-the-top looks. So I did the same.
So why we're dating? Because I spend my time stitching and just with me. I'm down to that part. I knew that would happen in 2020. Because yo me recuerdo esta es la lección completa de lo que te va a hacer en mi federal prison. Isn't it still open in Bayamón? I remember everything about some of my relatives being judged by their family version and leeches that they went to school with and wanted to rape them. Ew. That would get judged, like kids would be separated from their mothers, and the mother started ignoring the entire family, doing what she loved to do best. And sarcastically saying, so what is it that I was doing wrong? What is it that I was doing wrong? Work with me? Different books that I read, different paintings, same water, just single bottles because I could carry them when I had a vehicle. Into an apartment, less roaches, definitely less roaches. There's a kitty hawk. And you got coats? Okay, whatever. I miss my favorite blue pea coat with a hoodie from H&M that I got what circa 2012. Do those leeches wear it? Yeah. ¿Qué carajo le pasa a ellos? They need to go from this planet then if that's what they do. If they steal my belongings y se lo dan a gente que le maman el pene, they need to leave the planet. La que se pone mi coat, el que se pone mi coat, que me robaron, y los hijos de Benjamín Suárez Lorenzo, que me violaron y me roban. What else? 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 So weird. I missed Dana. I missed Dana. 3 people are watching. One is like this. What else? What else? What else? I want to take myself dancing at my Dallas resort next week. Who's gifting me money? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Maybe I'll stay. What else? So bored. What else? I need to buy water tomorrow. I should be in another vehicle. You can decapitate me on my sons. I rape me, steal my money, get in the way of my same money. So I can't eat. So I can't drive a vehicle. What else? What else? I'm internally laughing. Towards those leeches. That thought that I will be truck seeking the death penalty for them at the thought of this beauty. Some people say handsome men have been decapitated for abusing women for a lot less. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways. What is it? What is it? What is it? You all wanted to be there in my bedroom when I had my own bedroom. Quite almost literally. Decades ago, however, you wanted my mommy, my daddy to be healthy. Not me crying of starvation. Now the babies are born, very obvious. They speak, they type. Woof. That kid messaged me, I love you earlier. After I messaged her, I love you. And her brother, just because he doesn't reply doesn't mean he doesn't love me. He could be smiling, smitten, like, oh, my mama texted me, I love you. What else? 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 So, is it track 6? I was not paying attention. What does track 5 look like? What else?
Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Don't be a. Chapter 5.
That's not
Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Don't be afraid to be unique.
I feel so comfortable right now. Comfortable right now. What else? What else? Chocolates. Anyways, I'm asking that the FBI kills the people that abuse me in self-defense because I'm over all the had to be like 100 Something people are more, and I have a husband that too. What else? Bored.
Chapter 4.
It's
Don't be afraid. Chapter 4. Don't be afraid to be unique.
What the fuck?
Back in 20. Chapter 5. Always stay inspired. When I first moved to New York City years ago, this is when everyone referred to Bushwick as Bushwick and not East Williamsburg. I met my especially important now more than ever with all the fake news and erasure of certain people's rightful success.
I can't remember.
I remember them distinctly. As I said before, for years I only wore pieces that I found in the men's section. Learn about different cultures.
Lots.
Keep your passport and your mind open. Next corner. Curiosity often emboldens people to take calculated risk. Innovation is, by nature, a risk-taking endeavor. When you leave your assumptions at the door, you'll be poised to learn new things and perhaps even gain a new perspective. Curiosity is the key to unlocking a world of wonder and endless possibilities. Embrace it, nurture it, and share your curious journey with the world. The curious person recognizes that putting yourself out there with an open mind helps.
Oh, this sucks.
For Hunter's feather top, Megan's big natural hair, or even me in drag for Interview magazine, a bit of cowering or lack of confidence could have made any of those looks a disaster. Innovate. The open mind helps form meaningful.
Oh, I said this.
Take
So we'll just leave it on that. I'm also listening to another book. So we have to talk. I want David this not to kill himself today. That's why I don't tell him that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They pay my sister Madeline to impersonate me. And then so she's porque she possibly decades ago. She's like, Madeline, que uno, oh no, she's gonna be like, didn't she already tell them decades ago? No le dan el dinero, cabrón. Va a estar unos días en internet diciendo, pero de verdad no te importa tres carajos no tener dinero para hacer algo que tú no nos mates en self-defense. So she was like, I'm going to speed up the process for you all. En una década, Arlene is going to be like, language. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss shopping for Jade and Kelani Gap. Jaden had the camera. I mean, a restaurant in Atalaja with Jaden. He was wearing those. A while ago. He was more like 2 years old, I think. So cute. You can decapitate me. I mean, sorry. Oh my god. Yo te dan ropa. What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I want to paint again soon. What else? More. I want to order water from HEB tomorrow. Well, I get evicted next month. What else? You can decapitate Cyrus, but now the traffic me into poverty. What else? I get decapitated. I get evicted next month. You can decapitate me. How many sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money? What else? What else? Did they already get the death sentences with my first eviction? I don't go on to find out anything about anyone's life. I'm very self-centered. My life is about me, Jane, and Kelani. What else? So bored. What else? So I get evicted. Next month, you can decapitate Ginny Gendality son sociales que me roban mi permiso, me roban mis vehículos. Me pone mis panties, supuestamente que son nuevas. De asociar mi casa as an act of terrorism, sort of as in my own home. Estos nenes creen que porque tienen excess skin in their penis that they own those homes that they are with me entirely. Ew. Qué tipo tan bruto, qué tipo tan puerco. What else? What else? So you can go to Savedo. Get terrorized with your Facebook. What else you can decapitate Diana Savedo? That's what she said. In 2020, you can decapitate Margarita Correa. What else? You can decapitate Joanna Vargas. You can decapitate. Amigo, hablo con a meeting. What? You can decapitate Yesenia Ramirez Lorenzo. You can decapitate Jennifer Marie Vasquez. You can decapitate Jennifer Bonilla. You can decapitate Kim Avila. You can decapitate. Who else? Benjamin Suarez raped me. Andrew Albert Alex. Esa tipa se reguinda de ese pene. Pensando que yo lo quiero tanto que no existe death penalty for him. What else? 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 They think that my silence means that I'm a doormat. And when I kill them, I'm gonna do a death of one shot for abusing me. Gloria de nuevo a tirar la puerta encima en vez de romper la puerta. What else? What else? What else? What else? This is also. This is so. You can decapitate Lisa Alicea. You can decapitate Donald Briggs. You can decapitate Erica Gardapi. You can decapitate Maritza Vargas Lorenzo. You can decapitate Anaiba Suarez. You can decapitate Mario Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Mariana Elizabeth Lorenzo. You can decapitate Yadiel Lorenzo Chaparro. You can decapitate Angela Jones. You can decapitate Katie Miller. You can decapitate Lindsay Fisher, whatever. You can decapitate Carmen Christian, whatever her last name is. You can decapitate Damaris Aviles. You can decapitate Berenice Venegas. You can decapitate Sarah Francis. You can decapitate that Jamie girl. You can decapitate Mandalina Rivera. You can decapitate Mario Guajardo. You can decapitate Claudia Gabriela Martinez Urias. You can decapitate Rui Gonzalez. You can decapitate Marixa Soto. You can decapitate Maritza Munoz. You can decapitate. Who else? Benjamin Suarez sons that raped me, stole my money, and got in the way of me receiving money. They have terrorized Gloria, Nisa, and Ramon decades ago. Petition that they Lisa and Ramon are like, oh, that's my best buddy right there. Ew. Well, just because my dad didn't beat him up that day doesn't mean that they're in good terms or that my parents won't testify in court in favor of the death penalty for the. What else? 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 What is people pleaser? Who is it by? What else? You can decapitate Jennifer Marie Vasquez. You can decapitate Janice Cajigas. You can decapitate Evelyn de Jesus. You can decapitate Patricia Mercado. You can decapitate Lucy Nales. You can decapitate Rosa Perez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that raped me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate. Who else? Ayuda Acevedo. Who else? Who can I think of? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I had seen this earlier. What else? 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 You can look up the Richie Hill, the traffic means of poverty, rape me in 2023. What is he doing laughing? With this, Arlene Lorenzo say, que ya se lo mami. What else? 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 There's babies, kids. So that's a binge. What else? Curly world. I feel protected. I said to Kailani, trying to kill me. I cover up my murder. Just didn't even notice. Oh, possibly already got to the point where they're like, Dylan dinero. She's getting too close to reading more evidence and me going to jail. And people are like, no, papito, ya tú hiciste pasar hambre. So I'm now part of the circus that I didn't want to be part of. Ahora yo voy a estar públicamente como esos tipos que esa hueva no se estoy interrumpiendo. Holy no es para las que están pasando de guada, maybe para them more those sooner. What else? What else? What else? Porque a ti se te dijo no la hagas pasar hambre. You're like, whatever, she's a normal. And now you're like, oh, yes. He has to say the penalties. Anyways, I am a legend. Message written to me where it states that my family version calls that way too much time to see the Actually, it started in 2017, though I had already settled their business. What else? What else? What else? So el culito le hace así. People say at the thought of me posting more evidence for a judge to grant me winning a case against these niches and abuse me dating Canoli. So ELA English language arts. I knew them, but I had to like think it through. County was doing homework earlier. She ate a wheat, raspberry yogurt, and a tuna and avocado sandwich, and a Gouda and avocado sandwich, and a peach wheat yogurt. What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, those leeches are like, hey, got it. Let's see if we have a trio. Do they pester? Like, preguntan al nene que comió. Como Carlin no molesta al nene. Oh, they want to be in kindergarten before me, so that they can make all their relationships work. Oh, it's so cute. That's why I don't talk to them. And like, do you know how many hoes I could have treated nicely starting from kindergarten had I not been wearing diapers?
Let's examine the way her various internal personalities
What else in the meantime? Like, I literally didn't attend kindergarten and I was homeschooled.
Have you ever decided
What else? What else?
Saturday afternoon?
What else? What else? I want to color. Oh, and that's hilarious because my parents picked some of the artists for those adult colored books decades ago. Decades ago. And I painted some of them.
Look at yourself. You're fat. You're out of shape. Do something.
No, I can't with this. I can't with
Do it all. Somebody wake up a picture of who we should be.
Still way too much time to seek the death penalty for the people that abuse me.
Who's the skinny guy? He's the one who uses words like discipline, organization. Skinny guy is insolent, self-righteous.
He thought that I was gonna wait for him 30 years after he said what I was gonna be protruding out of you being in a bus, bitch.
Needs to be on the move, lives for action.
Yeah.
Just take it.
Or like we have to like faces. Ew!
Before you know it,
Wow, qué tipo tan bruto que me roban mis metros. I want to shop at Gap next week. Oh, I like my life like there's no stick. I don't live my life like, oh, I do another trend. It's like there's no stick. Those leeches that I grew up around are even candidates for dating themselves. They don't even love themselves. Ew. From a sociology perspective. These are so... What else? Anyways, they're ready to if you find them on Tinder, act as public human. On behalf of Arlene Lorenzo towards them. They know how to shower. They know how to cook. I don't know if they know how to order from a menu. So I'm gonna. That's not what you're. What else? Solamente comprar me salvé. That's the problem. To a lot of people.
When you're cleaning all the fattening foods out of the refrigerator, you're buying a new pair of running shoes, barbells, and sweats. Things are going to be different around here. You have a new lease on life. You plan your new physical regimen. Up at 5, run 3 miles, cold shower at 6, a breakfast of wheat toast, black
My
coffee, and
ears.
have a grapefruit. Ride your bicycle to work, home by 7, run another 2 miles, to bed at 10. The world's already a different place, and you actually
I
pull it
want to read
off.
a John F.
By
German
Monday night,
library.
you've lost 2 pounds. You
Next
go
one.
to sleep dreaming of winning the Boston Marathon. Why not? The way things are going, it's only a matter of time. Tuesday night, you get on the scale. Another pound gone.
How
You're
many weeks do I
incredible,
have?
gorgeous, a lean machine. On Wednesday, you really pour it on. You work out an extra hour in the morning, an extra half hour at night. You can't wait to get
Oh,
the
my
scale.
co-chairs are
You
in
strip
school.
down to your bare skin, shivering in the bathroom, filled with expectation of what your scale is going to tell you.
The International Criminal Court. I have no clue what they learn in school.
You step lightly onto
Other
it
like
and
very
look
basic
down.
stuff.
What you see is nothing.
Have a very
You
good
haven't
check.
lost an ounce.
Homework that
Exactly the same
so
as
that
you
they
were
were
on
being turned
Tuesday.
into
Dejection creeps in.
the negative just Gestapo. These are so good. These are so good.
After all that sweat and effort, it isn't fair. I shrug it off. Tomorrow's another day. You go to bed vowing to work harder on Thursday, but somehow something has changed. You don't know what's changed until Thursday morning. It's raining. The room is cold. Something feels different. What is it? For a minute or two, you can't quite put your finger on it. And then you get it.
My chocolate phone. I bought chocolate.
Somebody else is in your body. It's the fat guy. He's back. And he doesn't want to run. As a matter of fact, he doesn't even want to get out of bed. It's cold outside. Run? Are you kidding me? The fat guy doesn't want anything to do with it. The only exercise he might be interested in is eating. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in front of the refrigerator.
Anyways, where is the your prima is a backstopping. Que te roba tu dinero. Rapes people.
Inside the refrigerator, all over the kitchen. Food is now your major interest. The marathon is gone. The lean machine is gone. The sweats and barbells and running shoes are gone.
For
That guy is
real.
back.
People reading this decades ago of how much I hate you.
Time again, because we've been deluded into thinking we're really one person.
Ew.
And so when the skinny guy decides to change things,
What else? What else? What else? What else? I will never read it.
we actually
Something like
believe
that,
that it's
something.
I who's making that decision. And when the fat guy wakes up and changes it all back again, we think it's I who's making that decision too. But it isn't. It's we. The skin.
They object to everything. They're dead. And
guy and the fat
worthy since they
guy
turn
are two
18.
different personalities with different needs, different interests, and different lifestyles.
And my parents
That's
still
why
ask
they don't like each other.
for
They
opinions
each
about my
want
life.
totally different things.
Ew. Pero my dad documents everything. Dice que soy Justin que se muere de hambre.
The problem is that when you're the skinny guy, you're totally his needs, his interests, his lifestyle. And then something happens. The scale disappoints you. The weather turns.
For real.
It's cold. Somebody offers you a ham sandwich. At that moment, the fat guy, who's been waiting in the wings all this time, grabs your attention, grabs control. In other words,
I've heard this voice.
when you're the skinny guy, you're always making promises for the fat guy to keep. And when you're the fat guy, you're always making promises for the skinny guy to keep. We have such a tough time keeping our commitments to ourselves. It's not that we're indecisive or unreliable. It's that each and every one of us is a whole set of different personalities, each with his own interests and way of doing things.
That tries to rape one. And then she has her lips on her vagina.
Any one of the others is inviting a or even a full-scale war. Anyone who's ever experienced the conflict between the fat guy and the skinny guy.
What else? What else do I remember about my
We all
upbringing?
knows what I mean.
Oh, la Lich ya me dijo este libro y me lo mamó ese día.
Well,
Él es tan bruto. Ay, lo
inside the owner of
violan todavía robaron el libro.
business. But it's a three-way battle between the entrepreneur, the manager, and the technician. Unfortunately, it's a battle no one can win. Understanding the differences between them will quickly explain why.
I'd rather be limited. I'd rather be.
Into an exceptional opportunity. The entrepreneur is the visionary in us, the dreamer.
What else?
Energy behind every human activity. The imagination that sparks the fire of the future. The catalyst.
Oh, they think that because the word is around people's actual sexuality. I don't exist in my life.
Entrepreneurial personality works in the most
They think
abstract
that
ways.
the law doesn't apply.
Particle physics.
What they do to
Mathematics,
rape people, ew, porque ellos, they romanticize telenovelas.
Theoretical astronomy. In art, it thrives in the rarefied arena of the avant-garde. In business, the entrepreneur is the innovator, the grand strategist. Methods for penetrating.
It's like the boost. Do I have a reputation that my art is very expensive? So I listed it.
Sears Roebuck.
Oh, my Instagram account. People say, like, really, she wants to give her a planet.
The entrepreneur is our creative personality.
Sally goes on to work and Scott says she wants her planet back. How much can I give her before her kids in her star? Oh, does she want her planet back? She's refinancing it again. Do you know how much money I lost on trading? That I participated? I lost a little, but I never lost more than one I gave. What else? What else? What else? Please spare me all of that shit. I need dollars right now.
He needs control of people and events in the present so that he can concentrate on his dreams.
Is that why I needed a try-run decades ago?
The entrepreneur
Like I refinance or like we can't let her refinance it all at once. Well, the first time and let her think that she entirely can do this. Let her refinance it and see growth. I'm like, oh, now you're just mean, and I know that I gotta refinance it. This time around, and then all good.
Required to pull his cohorts along. This then
Well,
becomes
never
the
know.
entrepreneurial worldview. A world made up.
Like you won't get to 17 is what you said. Oh, negative.
The way he usually chooses is to bully.
What
harass,
else? Zero
exploit
people are watching. I'm 44 already.
The Joel
Not
screamed,
a track
and
record.
finally, when
Except
all
where's
else
my
failed,
money? Oh.
whatever he must.
Oh, once I saw that lead, it's like, doesn't he have? I was sent 2 decades ago when you see that face that has your coronavirus money.
The manager. The managerial personality. Pragmatic.
What else? 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 What else?
No predictability. The manager is the part of
0 people are watching. One has like this post.
us that
Porque
goes
tú
to
crees que ella se lo maman.
boxes, takes them back to the garage, and
Ew!
systematically stores
Porque que él deja que se lo mamen.
nuts, bolts, and screws in their own
Ew!
identified drawer.
They're like, if we kill Arlene, will he give us her coronavirus? Is it in dollars? Isn't he not that pretty anyways? What if he's... Dude, what if we keep him? No, I don't want him. Así hablan. Fuck. Zero people are watching. One who's like this.
He then hangs all of the tools in impeccable order on the walls. Lawn tools on one wall, carpenter tools on another.
This is hilarious. They think I have What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And because I don't talk to them como si yo tuviera obligación de hablarles, creo que tienen Alzheimer, no me habla.
Each tool on the wall where it hangs. If the
1
entrepreneur
week
lives
ago.
in the future, the manager
And she
lives in the past.
felt.
Craves control. The manager craves order.
And I'm still not done. I still have about a week's worth, possibly, of little tiny stitches.
The entrepreneur thrives on change. The manager compulsively clings to the status quo. Where the entrepreneur invariably sees the opportunity in events, the manager...
There was no fight with Sarah Benning this time. Them and their power wheel. I didn't introduce Sarah Benning into my life decades ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Is this thing like I look so fun
The
while
manager builds
eating?
a house and then lives in it forever. The entrepreneur builds a house, and the instant it's done, begins planning the next one.
Zero people
The
watching.
manager creates neat, orderly rows of
I
things.
just burped. Sorry. Reading.
It's done. Begins planning the next one.
Yeah, it's still alive. Oh, I purposely missed. But why is it that she's mocking me? Suck my tits!
The
Ew.
entrepreneur creates the things. The manager puts it to road. The manager is the one who runs after the entrepreneur to clean up the mess. Without the entrepreneur, there would be no
Zero
mess
people
to clean up.
watching one is like this.
Without the manager, there could be no business, no society. Without the entrepreneur, there would be no innovation. It's the tension between the entrepreneur's vision and the manager's pragmatism that creates the synthesis from which all great works are born. The technician. The technician is the doer. If you want it done right, do it yourself is the technician's credo. The technician loves to tinker. Things are to be taken apart and put back
I
together.
want to know if
Things are supposed
area of my window. Oh, that guy won't ever message me again. Hey, que estaba like, ¿qué asco?
things and the fact that things can get done.
What else are you
Things
entertained?
can't get done
Oh,
simultaneously.
those people that I grew up with are so gross.
So he
Does
works
not have my
when
coronavirus
he's
money.
in control of the workflow. As a result, the technician mistrusts those he works for because they're always trying to get more work done than is either possible.
Is Richie saying, is she not gonna check up on him if he killed himself?
Productive.
Since when I'm his babysitter? Never. He was credit, then I ended more.
As a result,
Because I didn't touch his dick when he was a baby. I said that baby can't give consent.
thinking isn't work, it gets in the way of work. The technician isn't interested
What
in
else? What
ideas.
else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
He's interested in
What
how to do
else?
it.
es the people que se le paran la cara al frente todo el tiempo cuando él era un bebé y se grajeaban con él, hoping de verlo tantas veces en la cara. Él los dejara violar a él as a grown-up de él. So desperate, fool. Did all of those kids come with a private plane?
Ruminates. The technician is a resolute individualist, standing his ground, producing bread to eat and to
What else?
He's the backbone of every cultural tradition.
Anyways, once I'm financially stable, I plan to meet people, ideally polyamorous men.
Of ours.
I plan to search
Technician didn't do it. It wouldn't get done. Everyone
and
gets in the technician.
so on my
The
website,
entrepreneur is only throwing a monkey
BeletStart.com,
wrench into his day with the creation of
I missed the chin. Oh, this.
yet another great new idea. On the other hand, the entrepreneur is always creating new and interesting work for the technician to do, thus establishing a potentially symbiotic relationship. Unfortunately,
Anyways, so many times have they drugged me or raped me or trafficked me from my parents' home to another location decades
it
ago.
rarely works out that way.
Yeah.
Since most entrepreneurial ideas don't work in the real world, the technician's usual experience is one of frustration and annoyance at being interrupted in the course of doing what needs to be.
Good. Like quite little. Beware of these leeches. And they're organized crime torture. Lorenzo, they'll just ruin our investigation. They'll kill them.
Something new that probably doesn't.
For
The
real.
manager is also a problem to the technician because he is determined to impose order on the technician's work.
Still, girls, still, you don't want to show who he is? That dangerous? Oh, for real. For real. Like 40 days if he's your baby's daddy that you love and hasn't ever hurt you. This leech tuvo que aparecerse en mi vida last year for me to even
Being a rugged
expose
technician
him.
can't stand being treated that way.
What else? 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 What else?
Personal. It violates his individuality. Work is what a person does, and to the degree that it's not, work becomes something foreign.
Two people are walking.
Danger,
What
however,
is like this?
work is a system of results in which the technician is but a component part. To the manager, then, the technician becomes a problem to be managed. To the technician, the manager becomes a meddler to be avoided. To both of them,
Let's see on the litter. What else? Oh, I said
the
to
entrepreneur
honey,
is the one
it's
who
like
got
they're
them into
litter,
trouble
but they can't
in
read.
the first place.
They
The
don't
fact of the matter
comprehend.
is that we all have an entrepreneur, manager, and technician inside
Those
us.
people that are
And
brown.
if they were equally balanced,
Even the literally are you can decapitate me how many brothers and sisters that rape me, stole my money, and get in the way of your money. Ew.
incredibly competent individual. The entrepreneur would be free to forge ahead into new areas of interest. The manager would be solidifying the base of operation. The technician would be doing the technical work.
Tomorrow, not all money to order food or HB. What else? 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 Anyways,
Each would derive satisfaction from the work. Fortune shows us that few people who go into business are blessed with such a background.
oh, esto se le dice, llévame al baño. Es lo que parece que dice esta gente todo el tiempo. Llévame al baño.
Instead, the typical small business owner is only 10% entrepreneur, 20% manager, and 70% technician. The entrepreneur wakes up with a
So
vision.
talented.
The manager
What else? I just burped.
screams, "Oh no!" And while the two of them are battling it out, the technician seizes the opportunity to go into business for himself. Not to pursue the entrepreneurial dream, however, but to finally wrest control of his.
I'm holding off to drink something. OMG, lo he visto salirse de la piscina en casa, maná.
From the other two. To the technician, it's a dream come true. The boss is dead.
Qué mucho lindo,
It's a
William
disaster
Levy.
because the wrong person at the helm. The tech.
What else? What else?
In charge.
Anyways,
Sarah looked a little overwhelmed.
I'm so.
I don't understand, she said. How could I have done
Better.
The only reason I went into the business was because I loved baking pies. If it hadn't been for that, what would have been the point? She watched my face suspiciously, as though I would make her already impossible situation.
Oh, they trying to make it seem serious and still that I'm the threat.
Even more impossible. Well, let's think about
Wow.
the answer. If it's true that
Wow.
within each business,
That's what it said in
there are
2020.
3 personalities rather than just one. Can you imagine what a mess that makes?
I'm retracting from saying I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone. That gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my money, stays in my homes without my permission, and drive my vehicles without my permission.
If one of you wants this, and another of you wants that, and a third wants something entirely different, can you imagine the confusion that causes in our lives? And it's not only the personalities.
I need to charge. You can decapitate David Ledesma that raped me in 2017, 2019, 2020. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
Confuse us, but all the others we come into contact with as well.
I'm so
In our customers, in our employees, in our children, in our partners, in our parents, in our friends, in our spouses, in our lovers. If this is true, and all you need to do to discover whether it is or not is to take a look at yourself from day to day, as though from above, as though from outside of your skin, as though you were watching someone else.
Those agents that still have no talent. What else?
That is, to observe yourself as you go through the day. You would see the different parts come out. You would see them playing their respective games. You would see how they fight for their own space. All the
Ella los violan, ellos se los maman, and then they laugh and they're like, bitch, you're gonna have to somehow confess that you've been raping me. So vete, dile a Arlene que tiene que buscarse un trabajo. Esa.
While another part of you dreams about the future. You would see how another part of you can't stand being
O si no te mato.
bridal and jumps into bathing to clean up.
Oh, I need to sit
Part of you feels guilty if she isn't doing something.
even the FBI is like, oh, what is she doing?
You would see how the entrepreneur in you dreams and
Incredible fact checking. Incredible evidence gathering. In my head, built towards these people.
the manager
So
in you
technically, even judges were like,
things as they are, and the technician in you drives the other two crazy.
see what she
You
knows.
would see that it not only matters that your personalities are not
Down
in
there,
a balanced
wonder
relationship,
who, why, and there's no answer.
the other,
Screenshots
but
from
your
her, like, I
life
found the
depends
answer.
on keeping that balance.
They end up
It's a
confessing
war.
behind the scenes, and if not,
No one
it's not truly necessary.
would also see
With
that one of
everything
your
that I had already
personalities
gathered as evidence, all I needed was one screenshot
is the strongest.
that Arlene Lorenzo sent to me days
5
ago
or 6.
to
And
at
that she
least
always manages
shame.
tyranny of
What else? What else? I'm tired, but I'm not tired. What else?
your strongest personality is to your life. And you'll see that without balance, without all three of these personalities being given the opportunity, the freedom, the nourishment they each
My
need to grow,
apartment is infested roaches. Is his actual wife in Poland saying, okay, now with this?
business cannot help but mirror your
What else?
one-sidedness. So it is
What else?
entrepreneurial business without a manager,
What else?
without a
What
technician
else?
to put
What
into
else?
work,
What else?
is doomed to suffer and
I
early and
didn't have
probably
a roach situation at Legends at Kino.
death.
Well, didn't go anywhere with
And that a
me.
manager-driven business without an entrepreneur or a technician to play their absolutely critical roles will put things into little gray boxes over and over again.
What are those sunglasses from those
Only
guys
to
in
realize
Spain?
too late that there's no
Did
reason
I
for
already
the
own a
things or
pair?
boxes she puts them into. Business will die very neatly. And that in a technician-driven business, without the entrepreneur to lead her and the manager to supervise her, the technician will work until she drops, only to wake up the next morning to go to work even harder, and the next, and the next,
Anyways,
only
para
to
que
discover
What is that?
long after
This
it's too late
is
that while she was working, someone moved a freeway through the store. Sarah looked at me with uncertainty. But I'm not, she said. All up.
there came then from Liam Baker. It's fun. You can decapitate Liam Baker. You can decapitate with him. This one is the sons that raped me, steal my money, and get lawyers giving money. You can decapitate Gloria Luisa Acevedo Portero. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. Yeah. By water.
What do I do if there is no entrepreneur in me? I couldn't help but smile. This was going to be fun. Because I knew when Sarah finally got it, and I knew she would, she was going to discover something.
What else?
One in herself she never knew was there. Before we reached that conclusion, Sarah,
I'm my own best friend. I'm my own best friend.
Entrepreneur does the work of envisioning.
They want to know what goes on in my head when I think about them. Yeah. About another week to stitch.
Apart from you. The work of asking all the right questions about why this business as opposed to that business. Why a pie baking business rather than a body shop? If you're a
You can decapitate Maria Elizabeth Lorenzo. Yeah, time we just
determined to do entrepreneurial work,
I love decades ago. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Jalia Lorenzo Chaparro de una basura. Oh, I want my money back.
You would begin to say to
I
yourself,
want my money
it's
back.
time for me to create a new life.
Oh, not the part where like we kept to live. Like I want my
It's time
part
for me to challenge
of the
my
money
imagination
back.
and to begin the
I'm not
process
asking.
of
Do they make it
shaping
sound like I'm like I
another
gave them a trust money and I want
And
it
the best way to do that
back? And
anywhere
she
is
said me.
for my world
You
of
stole
opportunity.
my money to date him, part like 15. What else? So I can date him, so I can eat, so I can drink water, so I can live, so I can move on, gente. So él ha estado violando gente por más de 30 años. He thinks that he had first dibs on that pussy. He doesn't even know what pussy is. What else? 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 For what am I singing for my next album?
And as a result of that delightful experience, we'll come back to Chantier again because it has such
So what
a
are we
special
getting
flavor
going
to it.
again? I haven't been since 2015.
I wonder what that business would be, I said to
I joined
Sarah.
the FBI one day. This is
Entrepreneurial
taking way too long. Killing the people that are. This is taking way too long.
It's the question that's at the heart of the work of an entrepreneur. I wonder, I wonder, I wonder. So the work
That's
of
how
an
he
entrepreneur is to wonder.
He was watching Wait Till It Lasts. I wonder when Arlene's gonna contact me. Where's she gonna
To
take
see with as much of herself as she can muster the possibilities that waft about in
Whoa,
midair
literally
someplace
punching me to
above
the
there.
ground. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
That's the work the entrepreneurial personality does.
What
Each and every stage along the way. I wonder, I wonder, I wonder. Just as every
What else? My life was ruined. My siblings tried to control my orgasm.
or every
They like getting raped. Those leeches that I was attracted to. For
future work.
they think that that's the bachelor getting raped and doing whatever he wants them to.
She tried to repress it. But how could I do this differently?
Like that's truly a man that does what he wants.
If I were to give the truth, how could I experience how did I say?
Ew, they were so desperate at nightclub.
Let's look
Waiting for me, trying to rape me. Did they all sleep that night in my homes? Ew, they opened a night. I saw all the pathetic. Ew, are they all sleeping in my home tonight? For
but the skunks caught cold and died.
what the fuck is that?
So my Uncle Sol imitated the skunks.
What else? 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 They're comparing how do we kill Arlene?
It is self-evident that businesses, like people, are supposed to
Anyways. Entra al nightclub, I'm like, aquí hay 3, aquí hay 5, aquí hay 3. Aquí está esta que no conozco.
operating according to what the owns as opposed to what the business.
Anyways, I served the place. Oh, I would like look at all of them as I enter, no, like get ready to the dance floor. Like,
Runs the company is not worth their change, but
should I kill them all here or not?
he wants a place to go to work, free to do what he wants, when he wants.
Anyways, I look on.
Strains
There's the way.
boss. Unfortunately, what the technician wants dooms his business before it even begins. Understand why? Let's take a look at
What else?
businesses growth.
And one of them had a gun, but I don't kill that way.
Understanding each phase and what goes on in the business owner's mind during
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
why most
It would have been so easy to kill them all at night. It would have been so easy to kill them all at night.
and ensuring that yours does. The boss is dead, and you, the technician,
Suddenly I'm running to the back door.
finally you can do your own thing in your own business.
Oh, but I made a mental count of like, who is here for a glass of coffee? Bucarla.
Hope runs high. The air is electric.
What
with
else? What
possibilities.
else? What
It's
else?
like
What
being
else?
let out of school.
What
for
was
the
I,
summer.
like
Your
18?
newfound freedom is intoxicating.
I didn't have money for food. I didn't have money for outfits. I didn't have my vehicle. I didn't have a home. I was including yourself in my
As the
household.
technician, you're accustomed to
Without
paying
just going all over
so
me.
the hours devoted
Yeah.
to the business during infancy infancy.
I don't know, gosh.
But optimistic.
My parents are starving me. For real, or keep it to myself.
Your middle name is Work.
What else? Oh, I know. I haven't
And so
memorized.
you work.
From left to right, Shaila girl was there.
Even when
So
you're at
like
home.
two of her friends, myself is with too. Then to the right was there was like 5 people on the dance floor. To the right was Judy Dendalides with 2 of her classmates. David Ledesma was in a corner with like 4 more people. Towards the bar was the Senora Arlene Lorenzo, Joanna Vargas, 3 more leeches.
But now you're doing
I think at least 2 of them were there.
know how to do, but the work you don't know how to do as well. You're not only making
So I
it,
don't
but
know,
you're
wow,
also
this is
buying
such an insecure. Are you freaking kidding me?
During infancy, you're a master juggler keeping all the balls in the air. It's easy to spot a business in infancy.
I
The
got
owner
tired
and the
mid
business are
killing.
one and the same thing.
Like there's not a
If
snack
you
bar
remove
here.
the owner from an infancy
Oh, I
business,
see.
there would be no business
Well,
left.
there's water, no? What else?
In
I
infancy,
imagine someone ran
it's even
through the
named
back door.
Joe's
But I took
place,
a count
Tommy's joint, Mary's
of
fine
who was
foods,
there
so
so
the
that if
customer
any of them
forget you're
escaped,
the boss.
I'll kill them at a later time.
And soon, if you're lucky, you're good. You work hard. The
My
customers
parents are
don't forget.
confusing, like,
They're
do they
coming
want
back.
me to
They're sending you
get
friends.
this out of the
Their
way or
friends, their
not?
friend.
What else?
They're all talking about Joe.
What
They're
else?
all talking about Joe, Tommy, and
They're the
Mary.
reason why the ladies that's called declined ill. I don't ever.
Joe, Tom, and Mary.
What else?
Joe, Tom, and Mary are just like old friends. They work hard for their money, and they do good work. Joe is the best barber I ever went to. Tommy is the best printer I ever used. Mary makes the best corned beef sandwich I ever made. Your customers, they keep coming.
Yeah,
in
lo
droves,
blanco y
and you
habichuela.
love it,
Minus the
but then it changes.
I've tried now.
Subtly at first, but gradually.
Do they
it
want to
becomes
kill me because they're no. Never try spam.
obvious. You're full of
Interest with people.
There's more work to do than you can possibly get done. The customers are relentless.
What?
They want you. They need you. You spoil them for anyone
Wow,
else.
these people are thieves. My parents are like, sit down with a lawyer for a trust. It's like yes or no, and they're like, yes. I've never stolen for Arlene. No, ¿verdad? Yo estaba mi journey. Me la robé. No, porque me hace falta dinero. That egg that you guys have
Deliveries once early.
displayed in your living room, I took it and sent it back to the family that it lost. Originally, that you bought it from, how dare you give them the money back?
Not on the sides. My name's not red. That's
They've tried the colonization. No way.
typos, ink smudges, wrong colors.
Anyways.
Wrong paper. I didn't order business cards. I ordered padlock covers.
What
I
else?
said brown. Mary's best tasting, biggest stack of corned beef in the
Oh,
world.
I'm laughing, but it's like, there was like how many people? 3, 6, maybe 7. There were people on the dance floor, so that was like not a sure thing exactly why they were there. Or like 7 to the other side, so that's 14 plus like 5. That's 19. Plus like at least 2 artist kids there. So about like 20 something people.
What do? You stretch. You work harder.
What else? What else? What else? What else?
If you
What
put in 12
else?
hours before, you now put in 14. If you put in 14 hours
What
before,
else?
you now put in
So that
16.
was my chance to kill them all that day. And so those.
Names weren't on the sign. All of a sudden, they went. To hide. All of a sudden, you find yourself at the end of an unbelievably hectic week, late on a Saturday night, poring over the books, trying to make some sense out of the mess, thinking about all of the work you didn't get done this week.
0 people watching the like this post. So I share this.
And all of the work
Oh, when I was 18, they were never in Puerto Rico.
there's simply no way in the world
What else? What else? What else? What else?
in a flash.
0 people watching to like this post. This is so slow.
Has become the boss you thought you left behind. There's no getting rid of the boss. Infants kids, when the owner realizes this cannot
Everywhere, literally everywhere. It's 20, 25 people, and the people that I grew up around and people that they introduce you to don't understand consent.
most business failures occur. When that happens, most
Sharing this post often. Skimming through this.
the technicians lock their doors behind them and walk away. The rest go on to have lessons.
I wish I should have my own more t-shirts.
Sarah was beginning to look defeated.
Anyways, why do businesses fail? Apparently, I always wanted to be a prostitute. And because I refuse to be second in porn with those leeches that I grew up from.
I'd seen that look before in the
I don't get paid for being a real life prosecutor. If my babies have been testifying in court against the people that abused me, Jaden Kingloni, or if they hold in court as my partner. What else? What else?
Overwhelming. But I sensed that Sarah wouldn't struggle with the idea in herself until she got it.
Where's the course?
I guess I still don't get it, she said. What's wrong with being a technician? I used to love the work I do. And if I didn't have to.
Microadventure. It's on eBay. And look at how talented I am.
I'd still love it.
And I don't even have money for
Of
food.
course you would, I answered. And that's exactly the point. Nothing wrong with being a technician. There's only something wrong with being a technician who also owns a business.
The problem isn't the kid.
Because as a technician turned business owner, your focus is upside down. You see the world from the bottom up rather than from the top down. You have a tactical view rather than a strategic view.
Does Mr. Gerber not know that I've already heard this? I'm like, what is it talking about? No, stop, this is so crazy. Your refrigerator on the surface right there.
Because of the way you're built,
And you have to wait for a few days to be able to miss one.
there's nothing
I don't know, because we're not the destruction of the entire business.
when in fact,
Oh, some of my primas sold cakes and then they're like, oops, the power went out. In the middle of baking, that's why I don't try anything. Decades ago. You can decapitate Maribel Matias. You can decapitate Carol Cristina, whatever her last name is.
telephone while you're baking pies, while you're cleaning.
You can decapitate Clarissa Cepeda if she steals my money, stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money. I miss it, Miss Kilani. It's not the kid's fault.
Much more important that isn't getting done. And it's the word you're
Our love plantains. Was this in 2020?
entrepreneurial work that will lead your business forward, that will give
I recorded this a few weeks ago. Because I'm seeking a live count of the people that have abused me. I've shared screenshots of those people's faces once I bought their Facebook profiles. People that verbally abused me throughout my childhood, throughout my teens, throughout my early 20s, and over through Facebook in 2020 and 2021. Very gross people, ew. Basura que me robaron mi café, me robaron mis plátanos, me robaron mi vehículo, me robaron mi casa, me robaron mi dinero, me robaron mi cartera, me robaron mis gold bars. Basically, because I didn't have a room of my own while growing up, and my siblings are very aggressive towards me. My parents had homes built for me and several individuals that I have crushes on. For me to lose my virginity individually with those individuals. And then I got fat. I made it obvious that they were raping me. They're not interested in having sex with me, so I respect them. Emotionally in my bedroom with how my siblings were so. but then they raped me and so I went today.
So
Yep.
those crushes turn out to be like que nunca habían visto una casa.
Literalmente.
Like, no love.
Parece que sale
Conozco
de real.
gente que me violaron, me robaron mi dinero.
Anyways, going to this. I was dating, I was getting lonely, and I got big order of a list that raped me in 2017. That is not what is said here in this book. What else? What else? The leech that doesn't want to get killed, so insults me. Oh no, or the leech. Her kid got taken away because she's a rapist. Possibly. Who sent me this message? Decades ago. And retaliates with stealing my money. Still? Ew. Ew. She's a rapist, steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money. And decades ago, this is that person that threatened me decades ago. She threatened me that my kids will be separated, that she'll steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. What else? 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 You can look up to whoever sent me this message as long as it's not Jaden Kanoni, who may have been coerced by my family of origin to abuse me as to separate Jaden Kanoni from me. I've sent 70 screenshots of how my family of origin, for the most part, their relatives, colleagues, and neighbors abused me to the International Criminal Court. I always stick to facts, so I don't succumb to abuse or to threats. So they have a lovely time raping people and getting raped because they're like, oh no, ¿cómo que ya va a ponerle ese libro? Ese se supone que le dieron, no le haces ese libro, que entonces la corte, el abogado, que se supone que me defienda ese loco. And say definitely guilty. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Why do businesses? What do? You me decades ago. If this were she would be seeking. That makes people poor on purpose. What else? What else? What else? That was decades ago. That this type of shit irks me. Facilidad. El próximo capítulo. Para mí, cochos. Pero no dice es la prima y lo viola y le roba el dinero. Que es lo que estamos negociando. Y siempre hay una seguridad tratando de violar a la gente por su dinero de uno. What else? What else? What else? What else? they created a competition between him and my business. A ver cuál de los dos became more profitable sooner. And he participates in that shit. I'm like, I'm failing. He was raping me that day. He's like, I'm profitable. I'm like, really, bitch? After he steals my money, raped me, stayed in my homes without my permission, drives my vehicles without my permission. Ew. Just hear him cry. Why did you treat me like a toy? It's so sad. But I don't do that on purpose. The FBI knows that I don't have a pattern of having limp dick in me, porque that's what people call limp dick. Just for fun. What? They think that they're blah 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 produce. Y ellas van por la vida diciendo, cada vez que yo me paro en un sitio yo hablo, yo la hago rica y ella con mi human capital. People say thieves don't, oh, I'm very much into human capital. What else? What else? I don't care what she is. But she's what the fuck are you doing? Stealing from me. All the screenshots. I wouldn't want to profit from that because I won the death penalty for that, though. It would have been an amazing book for the FBI to read and consider the death penalty for these leeches that steal from me. What else? I'm tagging the FBI in this post. They don't. U.S. Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the Marines in the United States, the U.S. Army, the Interpol, the International Criminal Court, and this post. What else? 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 Down to revisit it, ladies and gentlemen, because how many times have I failed at this? Or this? Or this moment. There's a single cup there. What else? What else? What else? What else? This is the obvious thing. I had not felt this happiness in decades. In decades. Why do stars fail? Is all I can say. In 2020, why do they fail? It's a 2-year mark. What else? What else? I feel such. I missed data, I missed game money. Anyways, what other screenshots do I have here? Not that many, possibly. What else? You can decapitate Sonia Ronald Chapman. You can decapitate Ariane Hargrave. I'm so happy right now. I've always wanted this. I'm not a Latina. Latinas are poor. What else? 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 I'm so Oh, I've never been in a trial of this, people say. Oh, that's so funny. Prosecutors say, like, may possibly not what is it? Okay, I have one screenshot of everyone that abuses me for the most part. Pero I'm supposed to be crying. Oh my god. As many times during the day. And let the police do the identifying of the perpetrator of the abuse towards one. This happens when one is witness. One goes on living life, one says, well, in between reading and looking at this and listening to this, and this was so pretty, I listened to this. Are these people abusive towards me? Ese creo que yo because he has the title. That's not even the title he wants. He wants to do nothing with his life. What else? What else? I miss Jaden and I miss Gaylani. What else? Facebook maybe more accurate. There's more screenshots. How to load. This is so This is so slow. But it's also I'm just showing one is a victim of abuse. Oh, some of my primas made the big snafu, and I learned that kids go there like, seriously, bitch, this is all your fault for writing this book. And they would be screaming to the wrong people. What else? What else? Where is that book? That is. I thought son no plan. What else? What else? Can I remove this? I can. Yes. It's hoop. What else? I ate plantain. In 2 cups of water, I boiled a plantain along with garlic, onion, cilantro, salt, and sesame oil. Oh, I know all this. After it boiled for like 30 minutes, I added tomatoes to a bowl, mozzarella cheese, parmesan, avocado, and I poured the plantains, the onions, garlic, cilantro over the cheese, tomato, and the avocado, and I added a little bit of water. And the plantain. So when our new best friend saw,
No, I said, really enjoying this. There's nothing wrong with technical work. It can be pure joy. It's only a problem.
They're like, no, but it's que she should be working at Walmart as a secretary.
When the technician consumes
Oh,
all the
yes,
other
I'm
personalities,
gonna do
when the technician fills your day with work,
it.
when the technician avoids the challenge of learning how to grow a business, when the technician shrinks from the entrepreneurial.
I keep going. If I knew a point of parole officers and saying, time's up, you're going to jail permanently, that would make me want to stop.
Role so necessary, the lifeblood, the momentum of a truly extraordinary managerial role so critical to the operational balance or grounding of a small business on a day-to-day basis.
Who is they? Mostly everyone that I grew up around has to steal my generational wealth.
Basis. To be a great technician is simply insufficient for the task of building a great small business. Being consumed with the practical work of the business, as every technician suffering from an entrepreneur.
Anyways, so what did I do today? Highlight the rings. Oh, without mocking their parents, they could have been already rehabilitated.
Frustrating, and eventually.
Me, I'm stuck with the right baby or whatever.
Can you see that as long as you view your business from the technician's
I
perspective?
kind of like gave him to adoption husband. Life of his own still lives with me. Or moved out already. Down to my healthy discharge.
Continue having this experience? I asked her as gently as I could. I saw that Sarah was still struggling with the idea of doing what she does differently. I waited for the question I knew was brewing.
What else? Oh, I'm the one that puts in all the work.
Wasn't long before.
What else?
But I can't even imagine what my business would be like without me doing the work, she said. It's always depended on me. If it weren't for me, my customers would go someplace else.
There is a universal. What else? Anyways, I have the problem. Charger.
I'm not sure I understand what's really wrong with that.
Oh, did he have one and I didn't? Possibly. Ew. It's like, we won't be able to relate. We can't have babies. Nene se dice, I'm not interested. Encuentro que ella es tan fea. Y ya no tiene que estar comparando apples to oranges. For I hate that type of conversation. Ew. Él quiere que yo le mendigue el pene nada más. Over a conversation. Wow, I have avoided all of this for decades.
Business like that, what your customers are buying is not your business.
Thank you, Mascarano, for buying me food when I lived with you.
Business's ability to give them what they want.
For
But your
real.
ability to give them what they want That's what's wrong with it. Someplace else, on a vacation,
A quarter pounder. A milkshake and water.
or at home, reading a book, working in the garden, or in a sabbatical. For God's
Water.
sake. Isn't there any place you would rather be at times than in your business, filling the needs of your customers who need you so badly? Because
I love being celibate. I love being celibate. Always what they want me to say.
you're the only one who can do it. What if you're sick or feel like being sick? If you're just lazy,
Do they?
don't you see? If your business depends on
I'm
you,
trying to say,
you don't
oh,
own
this
the
is all
business,
from
you own
honest
the job.
phones. That are privately intimidate her. This one.
And it's the worst job in the world because you're working for a lunatic. And besides, that's not the purpose of going into business in the first place. The purpose of going into business is to get free of a job.
What else?
So you can create jobs for other people.
I do that
The
too.
purpose of going into business is to expand beyond
Oh,
your
people get
existing
laid off.
horizons. So you can invent something that
Oh,
satisfies a
people
need in the marketplace that has never been
services sectors today I read are being offered $25,000.
satisfied before. So you can live an expanded, stimulating new life. Sarah said, I hate to beat a dead horse, but what if I want to do the technical work in my business? What if I don't?
What else? I won't find that for you. What else? I'm so bored.
Want to do anything else but that. For God's sakes, I said as emphatically as I dare, get rid of your business and get rid of it as quickly as you possibly can, because you can't have it both ways. You can't have
What else? I have so many personal assistants out there.
your pie.
Oh, they want me to
You
speak
can't
like
ignore the
that.
financial accountabilities, but marketing
That's why it's so good when I put a feeler
sales
in.
and administrative accountabilities. You can't ignore your future employees' need for leadership, for purpose, for responsible management, for effective
Wait,
communication, for something
911,
more than
this
just a
leech
job in which their sole
calls me
purpose
every
is
day
to support
saying,
you.
I'm
What your business needs from you if it's to thrive. That you understand the way a business works. That
Sadie's.
you understand the dynamics
This
of a
is
business,
my
cash
name.
flow, growth, customer sensitivity,
Let's
competitive
work
sensitivity,
together.
and
You
so
give me free food.
the point is, I said to her,
And I eat.
watching her face sink and then begin to lift with an unexpressed question.
What?
All you want from a business of your own is the opportunity to do what you did before you started your business.
Are you ready for my wedding to do
To have
this?
more freedom to come and go. Your
What? What else? What else did my siblings promise that time?
Your self-indulgence will
Oh,
eventually consume both you and your business.
were a lot of people like in the plans of it.
Because I could see that Sarah was not yet really convinced. You just can't get there from here. You just can't play the role of the technician and ignore the roles of the entrepreneur and the
How many
manager
times have I
simply
gone
because you're unprepared to
out
play.
of the bus? And thank you for sending.
Because the moment you chose to start a small business, Sarah, you unwittingly chose to play a significantly larger game than any
What else? What else?
And to play this new game,
What
called
else? Anyways, then.
a small business that actually works. Your entrepreneur needs to be coaxed out, nourished, and given the room she needs to expand. And your manager needs to be supported as well so she can develop her skill.
Facebook page.
Order and transforming entrepreneurial vision manifested in the
Like for real?
anything less than that. Well,
That's what they look for? What else? What else?
over the edge. Because a small business simply
That's
demands
what makes them propose.
or the business will
See,
shrivel
will
up.
it be or not? I've
So
heard
whether we
that.
like it or not, we have to learn how. The exciting thing is that once your technician begins to let go, once you make
I don't want to find out.
the game becomes more rewarding. You can possibly imagine
I don't know what that is.
at this point in your business's life. Tell me more about that, Sam said. I really want to know. I will, I answered. Although I sense that you already understand quite a bit more than you think. But first, let's go on to adolescence, the second stage in a small business's growth. Chapter 4, Adolescence, Getting Some Help. As governments, we stumble from crisis to crash program, lurching into the future without plan, without hope, without vision. Alvin Toffler, The Third Wave. Adolescence begins at the point in the life of your business when you decide to get some help. There's no telling how soon this will happen, but it
I
always
start by saying to them, before my parents
every business that lasts
had
must
me have
grow
sex
into
with
the
them,
adolescent phase.
those
Every
boys,
small business owner who
possibly.
survives seeks help. What kind of help do you, the
My
overloaded
parents
technician, go out
initiated
to
me
get?
in sex
The
like a
answer
adult
is as
so
easy
fat.
as it is difficult. Technical help. Someone with experience. Someone with experience in your kind of business. Someone who knows how to do the technical work that isn't getting done. Usually the work you don't like to do. The sales-oriented owner goes out to find a production person. The production-oriented owner looks for a salesperson. And just about everybody tries to find someone to do the books. Because if there's anything most employee, Harry, a 68-year-old bookkeeper who's been doing the books since he was 12 years old in the old country. Harry knows the books. He knows how to do the books in 8 different languages. But most important, Harry has 22 years of experience doing the books at a company just like yours. There is nothing Harry doesn't know about your kind of business. Now it's yours. The world suddenly looks brighter again. A ball is about to be caught, and by somebody else for a change. Morning, Harry arrives. You greet him warmly, and let's face it, feverishly. You spent all week getting ready. You cleared out a generous space for him. You arranged the books in the stack of unopened letters on his desk. You bought a coffee cup with Harry printed on it. You were even thoughtful enough to find a cushion for his chair. He'll be sitting for a long time. There's a critical moment in every business when the owner hires his very first employee to do the work he doesn't know how to do himself or doesn't want to do. In your business,
So if you say it properly,
and this Monday morning,
you can blend in. Is that why he types?
You've taken a big step. The books are in Harry's desk.
What else? Mr. Mooney.
Rather than yours. And what's more,
Possibly Jaden Visapon.
the only other person in the whole world who knows the real story.
They're drawbacks trying to recruit me.
Harry is going to take one look at the books.
Like for real?
And know the truth. Harry, your very first and most important employee, is about to find out a secret you've been hiding from everyone else in your life. That you don't know what you're doing. The question is, what's he going to do about it? Will he laugh? Will he cry? Will he leave? Or will he go to work? And if Harry won't do the books, who will? But suddenly,
No sé, pero was.
systematic
Like for real, sleep.
Here's keys from Harry's desk. He's working. Harry's going to stay. You can't believe your luck. You're not going to have to do the books anymore. And in a single stroke, you suddenly understand what it means to be in business in a way you never
You're gonna
understood.
compensate that
I
person.
don't have to do that anymore. At last, you're free.
All do those go away
Manager
very
wakes up,
quickly.
and the technician temporarily goes to sleep. Your worries are over.
What else?
Someone else is going to do that now. But at the same time, unaccustomed as you are to being the manager, your newfound freedom takes on an all too common form. It's called management by abdication rather than
I
by
quit,
delegation.
girl.
In short, like every small business owner has done before you, you hand the books over to Harry.
You can decapitate me, honey, as far as the sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money.
After all, you still have all the
So I
other
get
work to
talked like that by people.
But now
Stop
you have
them emailing me. They don't know how to say buenos dias. Like for real, they don't know how to say buenos dias.
things are beginning to change. Because when Harry's not totally immersed in the books, you can get him to answer the phone. And when he's not answering the phone, you
Like
can get
for
him to do a little
real,
shipping and receiving. And when he's
these
not doing
leeches should kill themselves. And ese riverazo.
receiving, he might as well handle a few of your customers. And when he's not handling a few of your
What
customers,
else,
well,
else,
who
else, else,
knows
else,
what you
else?
could think of next. Life becomes easier. Life becomes a dream.
You're gonna compensate this person.
30 minutes instead of 15. You leave a little earlier at the end of the day. 8 o'clock instead
Oh,
of 9.
yeah, they already
Harry
fucked her.
comes to you occasionally.
Or that's one of their leeches that they give my money to. I know nobody.
How do
I know
as long as he doesn't
nobody.
bother
You can decapitate this person.
fish to fry. Harry needs more people.
What else? 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 What else?
He does. Harry's a wonder. It's great to have a guy like Harry. You You don't have to think about what he's doing. You don't have to worry about how he's getting along. He never complains. He just works. And he's doing all the work you hate to do. It's the best of all possible worlds. You get to be the boss doing the work you love to do, and Harry takes care of everything else.
I love Narissa.
Unexpectedly happens. A customer calls to complain about the shabby treatment she received from one of your people. Who was it, you ask? Privately steaming. She doesn't know, but if you're going to hire people like that, she'll take her business elsewhere. You promise to look into it. Your banker calls to tell you you're overdrawn.
You can look over to everyone that steals my money.
But if you don't watch
Everyone that gets in the way of receiving money is March 11th, one day.
Your oldest supplier calls to tell you that the order you placed the week before was placed wrong. So the shipment will be 10 weeks late. What's more, you're going to have to eat the overage. How did that happen? You ask him, reaching for a Roll-Aid. He doesn't know, but if you can't manage your ordering better than that, he'll have to look at other options. You promise to look into it. Out on the shipping dock, you walk up to a kid Harry hired. He's wrapping a package. You look at the package and explode.
He thinks that I'm going to show up to waste my time talking to this piece of shit and be like, I can't afford this whole thing. You stole my money. It's like, dear FBI, just mira, throw them away, John.
That very afternoon, you have to be walking by
What else? 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 What else?
What else? What else? You stammer to the shock production.
Oh, wow.
I'll do it myself. And you do. The very next morning, you're talking to the new sales.
It's right. Oh, like my mother's non-existent.
Her answer sends you into a
Like my mother hasn't taught me everything about life.
You will. Here, give it to me. I'll take
They want me a haven for hope. They're so dumb. They're like, Rahana, haven for hope. Tell her everything about fashion and embroidery.
and ask, who the hell was that?
They don't know dates.
Says, as only a man who's worked for other people for 50 plus years can say, oh, that was just the boss. But hear this. What Harry knows is something you're about to learn. And it's only the beginning of a
I
process.
have PTSD of these leeches terrorizing me and my mother decades ago with a crime. Ew. Ew, they want to blame my mother that I didn't have sex with them. Ew, I didn't have sex with them because they're gross. Ew.
Abdication begins to take its toll.
What else? 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 What else?
In which the number of balls in the air not only exceed.
What else? What else? What else? What else?
It's your ability to juggle them effectively, but your people's ability as well. What Harry knows and what you're about to learn is that it's only the beginning of a process in which the balls begin to fall fat.
What is the... Oh, I have medical bills. Because these leeches rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money.
And with greater frequency than they ever did when you were doing everything yourself. And as the thud of the
I have opportunities that I want to work on. He wants the password and the link. So that whoever le mama el pene instead of me connects to building or he already went in and pretended to be me, got the link, or sent some of these leeches. I've been complaining about that publicly since 2020. It's like these leeches get my work and they copy it.
You begin to realize that no one cares about your business.
Yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Where am I staying? I get evicted. Hopefully a hotel. I don't have money and I don't have a home.
That no one is willing to work as hard as you work.
Is
That
this?
no one has your judgment, or your ability, or your desire, or your interest.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to eat a Madeleine, Luna Rosa. What did I get from Amazon Prime? Oh, did they log into one of my Amazon accounts? Or just everything bad that happens to me, I just blame them for
Become
that.
a master juggler again. It's the same old story.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What
Anywhere in
else?
the world, and you'll find the owner.
I suspected that someone hacked into my account. Once a terrorist.
Busy, busy, busy.
A
Everything that has to get
terrorist.
done in his business.
What else?
Now
What
has
else?
people
What
who are
else?
supposed to be doing it for him.
What else?
People he's paying to do it. And what's worse is that the more he does, the less they do.
Like for real, this is a conversation starter for
The
them.
more he knows that if it's going to get done,
You can decapitate whoever sent me this message as long as it's not Jaden Kaylani, who may have been coerced by my family of origin to abuse me and to separate Jaden Kaylani from me.
they have to
I
do
need a
even
miss on
more.
sandwiches. I haven't been since
But Harry
2019.
knew this when he started.
Hey,
He could
I
have
stay
told
there.
you, his new boss, that ultimately the boss always interferes. Harry could have told you that the work will never be done to the boss's satisfaction. And the reason is that the boss always changes his mind about what needs to be done and how. What Harry doesn't know, however, is why you're such a madman. That it's not your people who are driving you crazy. That it's not the complaining customer who's driving you mad. That it's not the banker or the vendor or the incorrectly wrapped
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
package that's driving you up the wall. That it's not the nobody cares or that nothing gets done
I
on
quit
time that's
working
driving
at
you
GOP
insane. No, it's not the
in
world
October
that's the
24
problem.
at Omni
It's that you
Food.
simply don't know how to do it any other way. You're hopelessly, helplessly at a
¿Qué
loss.
casa me guardan?
For you to behave differently, you would need to awaken the personalities who've been asleep within you.
My
for a
parents
long
want their
time.
privacy. They don't want
The
me in their home.
entrepreneur and the manager.
Ew.
And then help them to develop the skills only they
What
can add
else?
to your
What else?
business.
What else? What else?
The
What
technician
else?
in you won't stop long
So
enough for
we're
that to
going to
happen.
miss on sandwiches.
The technician in you has got to go to work. The technician in you has got to catch the balls. The technician in you has got
What else? I'm not sure.
the technician in you has just reached the limits of his comfort zone. I looked over at Sarah and could tell I had hit a nerve. Sarah had discovered something in the course of our conversation, something about her comfort zone that was very meaningful for her. And intuitively, I knew we had just taken a snapshot of it. Chapter 5,
I have money for
Beyond
food.
the Comfort Zone.
The adults get it. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
Drastic
What else? What
change
else?
creates an
What else?
estrangement from the self and generates a need for a new birth of a new identity. And it perhaps depends on the way this need is satisfied, whether the process of change runs smoothly or is attended with convulsions and explosions. Eric Hoffer, The Temper of Our Time.
I need money to
Every
be
adolescent
evicted from this apartment.
reaches a point where it pushes beyond its owner's comfort zone. The boundary within which he feels secure in his ability to control his environment, and outside of which he begins to lose that control. The technician's boundary is determined by how much he can do himself. Managers is defined by how many technicians he can supervise effectively, or how
You
many
can
subordinate managers
decapitate
he can organize into a productive
whoever
effort.
sent me
The
this
entrepreneur's boundary
message.
is a function of how many managers he
As
can
long as
engage.
it's not dating Kehlani, that are abusing me on behalf of my family of origin, separating Kehlani from me.
Pursuit of his vision. As a business grows, it invariably exceeds its owner's ability to control it, to touch, feel, and see the work that needs to be done, and to inspect its progress personally as every technician needs to do. Out of desperation,
I'm busy here in my apartment in San Antonio that the city has been paying for stitching. When was
passing his
this?
accountability down to someone else, a Harry. At that point,
I don't
his
know when that
desperation
was.
turns into hope.
My siblings want to rape me. These people are so gross.
So that he won't have to
Ew,
worry about it.
ew. Because as children, they watch my siblings possibly
Harry's also
molesting me.
He has more direction than the technician can give him.
They want to try to facilitate my siblings para que my siblings se casen con ella. My siblings won't do the televised wedding with them until I look like a truly homeless woman, dirty and mismatching to them. And until I die, porque who will keep my childhood bedroom?
Harry needs something the technician
They think that's a wedding, that's a marriage. Ew. Fuck.
causes the business to go into a tailspin. And as the business grows beyond the owner's comfort zone,
I see
tailspin
it.
accelerates. There are only 3 courses of action to be taken, only 3 ways.
Tienen tanto tiempo para perder. Oh, enviando tu mensaje.
It can go from
You can decapitate whoever sent this message to me as long as it's not Jada and Kehlani. That
one of the most consistent
are being conditioned to abuse me as to
adolescent
separate Jada and Kehlani from me.
get small again. If you can't control the chaos, get rid of it. Go back to the way it used to be when you did everything yourself, when you didn't have people to worry about.
Sex addicts love to talk about
Too many
taxes.
unpayable payables and unreceivable receivables, or too much inventory. In short, go back to the time when business was simple, back to infancy, when the business was you.
That seems where I'm heading to next one. You can decapitate behind me and Suarez Lorenzo sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. It's March 11, 2025. You can decapitate whoever sent me this message as long as it's not Jaden Kehlani being abusive towards me. It's to separate Jaden Kehlani. I've been productive today. I'm seeking the death penalty for these individuals. I'm tagging the FBI, NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Marines, the International Criminal Court, the Department of Justice in the United States, and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I stitch. I cooked for myself several times. I shopped for water and food at H-E-B. I've been listening to a few books online. I spoke with Kehlani earlier and I called Jaden. What else? Why they don't mention my brother? Ellos la violan. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. ¿Qué comunidad de vagabundos? Eso no existe. Homelessness is individual too. Ellos hacen todavía Little People Barbies. All of these people that are homeless get together. They're all the same. What else? 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 I need money ASAP. I don't do drugs. It's not him disculpándose, sorry. Anyways, I'm killing Berlin Jean in self-defense one day. I'm killing a lot of people in self-defense one day. Amongst them, Brittany Akerson. Who else? Jennifer Marie Vasquez, Dennis Jordan Hernandez, Ginny Yendaliris Lorenzo Suarez, Rosaura Soto Rosa. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? These people are so pathetic. Ew. Ew. Esta my last pay stub. I need to send one to the food stamps office. Money for food. What else? 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 It's killed them already in self-defense, so you can be financially stable and with Jane Kiloni. Is what he would tell you, so I don't talk to him. What else? 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 What, they just try to keep covering up more shit with shit still. Ew. Arlene mama o no mama. Arlene traga semen o no traga semen. Is their priority? Ew. I'm seeking the death penalty for Arlene Lorenzo Acevedo, Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo, Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. Those are pretty. What else? There's a Dunkin' Donuts downtown. What else? 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 I need to pay my credit card. These are so pretty. I want them for Jaden, for Kiloni and myself. What else? What else? What else? He said decades ago he's gonna turn me into a worshiper. That's gonna leave me so poor. I'm gonna be like, oh, I can't buy that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Those are so pretty, very beautiful. What else? Oh, so pretty. What else? What else? What else? I quit working at Gap when in October 2024. I don't have money for food. What else? So bored. Funny. What else? Ya esta gente le enviaron emails a ese email address possibly. They're like, so are you interested in marrying Arlene? Are you a real person? Do you think I'm prettier than Arlene? Do you think I'm wealthier than Arlene? Should I meet you? Maybe I should just kill Arlene so I can have your dick or your pussy. That's why they don't contribute to my finances. They want to read everything about my life and pretend that they're me. Fool, still. What else? I'm so bored. Jag sa typ många skoffo. You can decapite Melissa Gomez Rivera. What else? What else? I'm so bored. What else I ganó fue la que recibió más the tax credits. Oh, porque now the digital assets can be sold. ¡Wow! ¡Se le abre la pata! Con el símbolo de la S en la total, el pene. What else? What else? Misogynist. What else is the name? Narcissistic as fuck. What else? Why is it that I'm not profitable? Why is it that I'm not profitable?
Thousands upon thousands of technicians do just that. They get rid of their people, get rid of their inventory, wrap up their payables in a large bag, rent a smaller facility.
That gives me a line.
Machine in the middle,
Everything they confess from their dumbness still. Yeah.
The owner, sole proprietor, chief cook, and bottle washer, doing everything that needs to be done, all alone, but comfortable with the feeling of regained control.
So bored. I don't allow disrespect towards myself, Dana Kilani, and my parents.
Predictably, this too takes its toll. One morning, it could be 6 weeks or 6 years following the day you got small again, and the inevitable happens. You wake up in bed, and your spouse turns and says, "What's wrong? You're not looking." You want to talk about it? He or she asks. It's simple to say. I don't want to go in there. Then your spouse
Or that was 9 years younger than me.
You're struck with the reality of your condition. You realize what's more, it's become the worst job in the world. You can't close it when you want
Esta
to.
gente jode que te van a quitar el voucher. Ew.
Because when you
Porque si uno no le saca semen a ese culo, gente.
because who wants to buy a job? At that point,
Ellos se creen que entonces a uno no le dan ayuda.
small business owner gets killed.
They're terrorists.
However,
They're Ew, my parents are trying to catch them.
busy.
What else? I need cash ASAP.
Customers become a problem.
What else?
Because if somebody buys something, you're begin to deteriorate. The sign on the front door fades. In this Business. What's the shining promise of your life
I'm so bored.
has gradually become a mortuary for dead dreams.
I'm so bored.
Adolescent business has another alternative that's certainly less painful and decidedly more dramatic than getting small. Faster and faster until finally itself.
Or he just got the gift cards.
Countless millions of businesses, all such going for broke companies.
What else?
Who focused on the wrong end of the business, commodity the business made.
Those are so pretty. I love that color.
Going for broke businesses are a sign of our time.
I'm so bored.
They are a high-tech
I miss dating. I miss getting lonely.
explosion of new technology.
I purposely that miss them saying, "How dare you dress them?" And Ashley shows curves when Ashley says bitches an alcoholic. That's what we're turning your daughter into an alcoholic. Look at her slipping down the cocaine.
Unfortunately, most of these companies barely get through the doors before the uncontrollable momentum that got them.
You can decapitate anyone that gets in the way of me receiving money.
All the excess
And you can decapitate everyone that steals my money. You can decapitate my homies, and sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money.
grows, chaos grows even faster. For tied to the tail,
Oh, why business fail?
technician and his people rarely break free.
But did Nordstrom fail, Arlene? Oh my God, I have Sarah, my daughter in there. What is this? I had Kayla there.
The result is almost always catastrophic. The business explodes, leaving
What else? 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 What else?
business on a fast track.
I'm so bored.
Brilliant bit of technological daring are the necessary components for making it big.
I need
Reality
money.
is otherwise. Luck and speed and brilliant technology have never been enough because somebody is always luckier, faster, and technologically brighter.
Anyways,
Unfortunately, once in a fast track, there's precious little time to listen. The race is won by reflex, a stroke of genius, or a stroke of luck. Going for broke is the high-tech equivalent of Russian roulette, oftentimes played by
didn't she give them a power of attorney to steal from me? They accepted it. Ew.
survival.
Ew.
The most tragic possibility of all survives. You're an incredibly strong-willed, stubborn, single-minded individual who's determined not to be beaten. You go into your business every morning with a vengeance, absolutely convinced that it's a jungle out there and fully committed to doing whatever's necessary to survive. You survive, kicking and scratching, beating up your people and your customers,
So they're so
ranting and raving at your
pretty.
family and friends, because after all, you've got to keep the business going. And you know there's only one way. You've got to be there all the time. Survival, consumed by the business, and the possibility of losing it. Fighting the same battles in exactly the same way you did the day before. You never change. Night after night, you go home to unwind, only to wind up even tighter in anticipation of tomorrow. Finally,
You can decapitate Jimmy Genda, ladies. Jenny Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me, that steal money, and get in the way of me receiving money. Dan un asco, gente, decades ago. They described a hate crime towards me because I refused to have sex with them. Ew. Ew.
there's simply nothing more you can do. accepts the fact that once
Ya ella se quedó en mi casa sin mi permiso. Se tomó mi primer café por mi casa sin permiso. Hello, Arlene. Jenny Gendali, this one.
if you haven't
My
been
dick.
for long, it probably will sound familiar one day.
They don't realize how
The
disgusting they are.
tragedy is that the condition of
Ew.
infancy and adolescence
Esa gente tan puerca. You can decapitate Ginny Gendali, Sandy Lorenzo. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez, the sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money.
condition of rampant confusion and wasted spirit.
What else? What else? Once I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I'm excited about that. What else? 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 Why do small businesses fail? La que se lo mama, entonces no le roba dinero.
She asked me quietly.
Ew, que puerca.
She said,
What else? 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 Bored.
in part knowing she was just like everyone else. She knew the answer. Before I could confirm it, she said, I got small again.
What
I
else?
still don't understand what happened. She looked around the small shop as though seeing someone or something I couldn't. My Harry was Elizabeth, she sighed.
That is such a pretty verse. Should I want to? Oh, I
She did everything for me. Elizabeth did. She was absolutely incredible. I don't know what I would have done without her. She read books. She helped me bake. She cleaned up in the morning, and after we closed, she hired my first.
They want to literally take my hand and say, pásale esos accomplishments a tu hermana que es la que me lo mama. Like, for real still?
The various jobs.
Ew.
Always here when I needed
Ew. O a tu hermano que es el que me lo mama. O a la vecina que tú no conoces que es la que me lo mama.
responsibility for the business
Ew.
hard as I did.
Ew, tengo un asco. Son más vagos estos tipos.
Goodness knows I loved her. Then, one day,
What else? I'm so bored.
at 7 in the morning, Elizabeth called me and
I
told me
miss you. I miss you, Lonnie.
that she'd taken another job, that you couldn't afford to work for what I was paying.
Oh, do they take the role of like, I'm gonna pretend I'm a pedophile and scare these kids and see how mature they are?
I thought it was a joke. I laughed
They think that's like
something like that. And Elizabeth said she was sorry.
pedophile awareness. Ew, 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 ew. Dan un asco.
Stood there,
I wanna shop for myself, dating Lonnie.
a fear I hadn't ever felt before. I felt cold.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else is not describing his death already? Is he dead?
Someone I trusted so much.
What else? What else? What else? What else?
What in the world did this
What else? I'm so bored. I'm so famous.
conversations I should have had with Elizabeth didn't?
What else?
Moved from the oven, and the floors needed to be cleaned, and the shop prepared for opening. And so, despite the pain I was feeling, the
Wanna
sickness
shop
in my
Target?
stomach, I went to work. And I haven't stopped since. People should
Yeah, I haven't
find
shopped for
us.
Jada and Kehlani in a long time.
Never really had it.
What else? What else? He thinks that I'm gonna legally prostitute myself to get my money back.
See how easy it was. How easy it was for me to become a rather than the people.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
They all seemed
What else? I'm so bored.
like I had let her go without telling them or something. If Elizabeth could leave, a woman like that, what did it say about them for staying?
What else? These people terrorize my parents or war heroes. Yeah.
The thought of it is terrifying to me. The thought of bringing strangers into my life like that again feels like a risk I don't want to take. And so I do it all myself. And I know I can't do it much longer. Sarah sighed.
These teachers force me to work
So there's my comfort.
because I refuse to have sex with them. So they steal my money. I need discipline.
It's the only way out of the trap.
If he doesn't kill me, ella no se lo mama. And he's a sex addict.
Put our trust. The result of our indifference. Most of us learn eventually, if for no other reason than because we realize.
What else? You can decapitate Jorge Velez. That took me hostage.
So far.
In 2016, you can decapitate Liam Baker.
Disappointing experiences.
Oh my God, what else? 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 I'm so bored.
One must understand. And to understand,
I'm
one must have
so
an intimate awareness
bored.
of what conditions are truly present. What people know and
I'm
what they
hungry and I
don't.
don't have money for
What people
food.
do and what they don't. What people want and what they don't.
I keep sharing my GoFundMe campaign.
And how people don't. Who people are and who they aren't. In short, Sarah trusted Elizabeth blindly. Sarah simply wanted to believe in Elizabeth.
And I have not a single cent almost
Because
to my
Sarah
name.
trusted blindly. If she'd simply left it all up to chance, she wouldn't be forced to do the work she didn't want to do. The work of coming to agreement about what her relationship with Elizabeth was about, what role each of them was there to play, what it meant for Sarah
I'm
to be
tagging
older and
the
Elizabeth to be her employee,
International Criminal
what it meant for
Court,
Sarah to set out the rules of the game.
the U.S. Army, the U.S. Marines, the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, NATO, and FBI, seeking the penalty for doing citizens that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. They terrorized my parents decades ago, asking my parents to not give me food or money for food. He asked Edgar to not give me money so I can't flee. No one has. What is that?
Sarah's inevitable pain.
First, there's on my vagina, they don't got it.
Didn't need to tell Sarah.
Ew, it's una basura, like that's like the worst of the worst. Nunca maduró ese hombre, I don't need to find out either.
Next time I said,
I've never been that interested in it anyways.
and that once it does, your job is going to be significant.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I may eat the yogurt. I've done great. This is great progress. I listened to this book minutes today. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Ay, what else? What else? I miss Tina, Miss Kaylee. What else? I'm so bored. I hate that I have to visit HEB tomorrow. I want money so I can order food to be delivered from HEB into my home. What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal, through my GoFundMe campaign. It's AR Blue Sky Designs Go, and lo que estoy pensando straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop, INTAYIAFAY. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/Arlene-Lorenzo-Acevedo. What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. You can decapitate Germany Sadero for stealing things, thinking Lonnie's to support money. You can decapitate Claudia Gabriela Martinez Urias, que es una puerca. What else? These people are hilarious. Possibly thinking de que yo le iba a mendigar atención. For real. This shall I eat a yogurt or not? Or chocolate? Ew, my apartment is infested with roaches. I'm tagging the FBI in this post. NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Department of Justice, Homeland Security, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Marines, the International Criminal Court. I'm seeking the death penalty for Benjamin Suarez and his sons. I think their names are Alex, Andrew, Albert, that have raped me, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. They terrorized my parents decades ago to kill me because I refused to have sex with them. Yeah. What else? 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 So they didn't want to get out of diversion. What else? If that was the case, ew, they don't understand psychology. Fool. They only behave well still when they see a girl with a grandma. Fool. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Ew. 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 What is it? Narcissistic as fuck, misogynist. It's so. What else? What else? What else? What else besides a thief, a murderer, and a rapist? Ew, baby killer. That asked my parents to starve me as if I would get sexually aroused to have sex with them. Human rights violators. Yeah, I have hobbies and shit. So I don't sound like that depressed. To people, I listened to 2 audiobooks today. I cooked for myself some yummy food. What else? I stitched. I visited TV today. I got water and food. So my life is not as pathetic as these make it seem. I don't allow disrespect towards my parents. I don't allow disrespect towards myself, Jaden and Kaylani. What else? 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 Anyways, you know how many cruises? How do I know that he went on cruises? Ew. And then he tried to censor me. Ew. Anyways, you can give me money in person through PayPal. It's Air Blue Sky, Blue Sky. And look asleep in Sando straight to my Arlene Lorenzo shop INT. IFAY. I am tired shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene-slash I'm laughing at those leeches that they think that they would cause my poverty and Jaden to be. Call me baby. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? People are watching to have liked this. What else? What a waste of their time if they've been in group chats for decades, being promised that one day I would run out of money based on them stealing from me. They're like, wait until we start calling her baby. What do you think? Is she gonna call you Beba or baby? They bound in groups still. Ew, waiting. Ew. I'm only one of a few people in my family of origin that has achieved adulthood, isn't a rapist, murderer, and thief. So those leeches worship me. To the point that they don't even love themselves. They're so creepy. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? That's why I don't speak to anyone in my family of origin. Their relatives. What is their neighbors? Social media is there for like the few that truly mean well for me to know my whereabouts and my thoughts and my progress about world peace. Oh, I always live fascinated con la brújula que Christopher Colón. So people wrote already about an iPhone. I did. A Samsung, a Chromebook, a Mac, Lenovo Acer. No, Sony. That's how easy I am. Also, I live in my head with my vagina and polyamory. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Ooh, did Arlene use to communicate to them? You people are so lovely. You people are so. Can you see it? watching to have like this. You are so lovely. It's a pleasure to. I hate from the point of view of disruption, pero to consistently deliver great results towards achieving world peace. My gosh, results. Not like Red Cross. Before the hurricane could have been a great Instagram handle for me. A lot of people said decades ago. Before the hurricane. What else? What else? What else? What else? One person's watching to like this post he can work. It involves the steps. A few flowers from Trader Joe. La mejor versión de mí from Naughty Natasha. All my family of origin, their relatives, colleagues, and neighbors steal my money. I've been warned. Decades ago. What else? I'm just letting the FBI do their thing. Why is it that when I hear an Americana say that, I just laugh like, seriously, you're abused? How did you get here in that tan? Drug addict. What else? What else? So they're hilarious, and they're like, I'm just letting the FBI do their things, like getting you into rehab. Killing your self-defense for me. They brag. I'm just letting the FBI do their thing. Anyways, did they forget that the FBI exists in their sex addiction? So they masturbate to what's current, and they were just masturbating to the International Criminal Court and not the FBI. Those people that I grew up around. Wow. What else? 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 Once I'm financially stable, I plan to planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I'm excited about that. I know how to take myself to the library, to a restaurant, to the mall, to Etsy, to Facebook, to a club, to Tinder, Bumble, maybe Plenty of Fish. I hate Match.com, but it's like people that I've met that make it like this actually worked. They're ready to take the step with the Match.com branding. Had some really good sex with Jerry Garcia through Tinder. What else? 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 Those leeches that I grew up around. Ew. They're like, we've already met. We current and state the names of the other people that she's met through Tinder so that we can rape her. Rape them. So that's why they watch. That's why they read me. They're waiting for me to say the names of any one person to the abuse towards me out loud for them to go and search for those people and rape them and extort them out of money and try to shame me. $0. For real, this family of origin is. I'm very wealthy, so they steal from me. Ew. I'm shooting Jennifer Marie Vasquez in self-defense one day. I'm so excited when I do that. For real, it's like completing college. That is the goal that I have. Completing college and killing Jennifer Marie Vasquez. What else? 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 I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Those people that I grew up around are performing a hate crime towards me. That they spell out to me when I was rapist, murderer, and thief. Wow. Ew. They don't stop. They like set that as a goal. They're not goal oriented towards themselves. Yeah, that's embarrassing. And they're still begging me for sex. Ew. Oh, gente puerca. They don't ever stop begging one for sex, even if one isn't aware of their presence. Oh, you can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and sus sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of receiving. Se tomó mi primer café con ella en lugar de mí en mi casa. Oh, ya le compró sex toys a ella en mi casa. Ew, qué tipa tan puerca. No me dejan ir al baño tranquilo. Ew. Ella no se supone, her dad said to me decades ago, her mom, ella no se supone que esté teniendo relaciones sexuales. Ella no es madura. What else? What else? That was decades ago. Decades ago. Ella está enamorada de mí. Como si yo estuviera enamorada de ella. Still, ew. Ew, ew, ew. Y también se hace trying to lure me. Ew, that's why I don't talk to her. Porque ella tries to lure me in para tratar de violarme. Es una asquerosidad. Esos hijos de Benjamín Suárez Lorenzo son tan puercos igual que ella. Si ella le pide que ellos me maten, ellos dicen que me van a matar nada más para no perder el orgasmo seguro de ella. Literalmente son como animales que se trepan encima. So I don't hide like anything that they do ever. Para mí, Junior and the lady Lorenzo Suarez and Benjamin Suarez are the sons that rape me, steal my money, get in the way of me receiving money. So coquinos. In the past 5 years, under the poverty level, I took myself to a Cirque du Soleil show. I drank liquid death. I shopped at Gap, Walmart, Target. Under the past 5 years, under the poverty level, I shopped at Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, HEB, Central Market, AT&T, Old Navy, Nike. Under the poverty level in the past 5 years, I've eaten at the Cheesecake Factory, Stoneworks, Starbucks, the Corner Bakery, Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, South Flores Pizza. Under the poverty level in the past 5 years, I've eaten at Central Market. I've eaten Camarelen, Panera, Grimaldi's, Chili's. What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. You can decapitate me. I mean, so sins that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money, so I get raped. You can decapitate me, intentar ir a los hombres que hacen una basura. Una asquerosidad que me roba mi dinero and gets in the way of me receiving money. So that myself and Jaden Kinani, who were born at the time when she said that, get raped. I have to seek the death penalty for those people abusing me. I have to be proactive about that. I was said 2 decades ago, so I was given the tools to seek the death penalty for everyone that has abused me. Decades ago. So that's hilarious if those leeches that I grew up around that steal from me get in the way of me receiving money, stay in my homes without my permission, drive my vehicles without my permission. Like, I forget that the FBI exists a lot, but I still have like great behavior. I didn't even want to tag the FBI in 2020. I'm like, they must be so busy. According to what I read today from Interpol, they are extremely busy with how busy mostly everyone in my family or their relatives, colleagues, and neighbors are trying to kill. What else? So those leeches that I grew up around possibly said, hey, we're not getting the death penalty. It's just 30 years in jail. Or a whole life in jail. Not knowing. Oh, is that how they got apprehended? I've heard about some of my relatives, both males and females, being apprehended by the FBI and screaming, but I thought that the FBI doesn't exist. Only the police in Aguada. What the police? Just giving me warnings. Why are you arresting me? Edgar said to them that I have Alzheimer's instead of that I'm hungry and I don't have money for food. Take it. When a person has Alzheimer's, they're like, great, do you even remember her name? What else? What else? Ew, they're so gross. I've been laughing at them for more than 5 years already for trying to kill me and trying to rape Jaden and get money. Ew. I knew in 2017, after seeing Sarah Vidaniza and Kayla, Christy Martinez, Evelyn De Jesus, I'm like, hell no.